Lanka versus Afghanistan. It's the third international T20, and Sri Lanka are currently 2-0 up in Dambulla for the final match of the series and also the final game of the tour for Afghanistan. It's been a really long tour for them. They're currently 2-0 down in this. They lost for England in the ODIs and lost the Test match by 10 wickets. I am your host Toby for right now, joined by Mike at the moment. How are you, mate?
Hello, I'm good. Yeah, excited for the game. Excited to review ball by ball coverage live on the Sports Gazette. It's going to be good, yeah.
Very much so. It'll be an exciting game, hopefully. It's absolutely crucial as well. Both teams only have 4 games remaining, 4 competitive matches before the World Cup that starts in June in the Caribbean and America. Afghanistan have won the toss. They decided to bat first, and there's a lot of changes to the teams. We'll go through Sri Lanka first. They've made 4 changes. Nissanka and Kusal Mendes still open the batting, but Danjaya De Silva moves out from number 3, replaced by Kusal Pereira, who is a bit of a stalwart of the Sri Lankan side over the last decade. Number 4, Samarawickrama keeps his place. However, in the middle order, Kamindu Mendes comes in for Sri Lanka. Middle order stays very similar. Angelo Matthews, Dasun Chanaka and the captain Hasaranga keep their places at 6, 7 and 8, but they'll have a very fluctuating middle order depending on the situation. Bowlers changes as well. Deekshana and Binura Fernando drop out, whereas Akila Dhananjaya and Nuru Thashara come in. A lot of changes there for Sri Lanka. They obviously won the series. It's been a long tour so far. What do you make of this side? Is it just them seeing what players they've got for the World Cup coming up?
Yeah, I mean, well, like you said, we're 2-0 up now in the series, so nothing to lose really. I mean, they've got the T20 World Cup to prepare for in the summer. But yeah, I think they're a good chance to try out some new players, see what they're like. It's an exciting lineup for sure. You've got Hasaranga down at 8 there. I think he might be a bit higher than that. He's been batting about 5, I think, in the last 2 games.
Yeah, they've been. I think it was very. It shows how good a batting lineup and how all-round the lineup they have. Sri Lanka is they have so many middle-order options. That I mean, Angelo Matthews came in at the last game and scored 42 from just 22 balls, was absolutely fantastic. When Hasaranga, the game before, scored 67 from 32, promoting himself up the order. And that's not to mention Dasun Chanaka, who's a brilliant power hitter as well. I think they've got a lot of good options in that middle order where they can keep rotating, see what situation they need, and kind of rotate around to decide who's going to be the best option at the time. Afghanistan, on the other hand, have made a couple of changes as well. They've got a similar top 3 with Hasratullah Zazi, Ibrahim Zadran and Ramanullah Gurbaz. It'll be interesting to see what order they come in. Zadran was carded at 3 for this game, but he opened the batting with Gurbaz at 3 last game. They've dropped Naeem from batting number 4, likely to be replaced by debutant Mohammad Ishaq. It'll be really exciting to see how he gets on and if he can score first few T20I runs. Number 5, and the middle order you have Azmatullah Amazi, Mohammad Nabi and Kareem Janat, which is a very strong middle order. They've all had some alright games so far this series. Amazi has been a bit disappointing with the bat, but has had some pretty crucial wickets with the ball, often taking the new ball as well. And then lower down as well, you've got new guys coming in of Sharafuddin, Ashraf, Fareed Ahmed and Wafadar Momand, alongside Noor Ahmed, who is absolutely crucial. What do you make of the Afghan team? They've obviously had a really long tour, really struggling against Sri Lanka, and what have been some good matches and some good pitches though?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing, no Rashid Khan, right? I mean, having to go without him, absolutely huge. So much reliance on Ibrahim Zadran at the top of that order, coming in, opening the batting with Zazai today. He didn't play in the first T20, but did play in the second one. Only got 1 off 2 balls in there, so he'll be hoping for slightly better fortunes today. But yeah, like I said, Zadran has been the standout for Afghanistan in this series. Probably that 67 off 55 in the first T20 was crucial for them to kind of challenge Sri Lanka in that first game and get anything from it. Obviously it didn't go as planned, but yeah, it was quite a close one, and that was probably because of that. Yeah, excited to see some of the bowling options. Haven't seen much of them before. Obviously Mohammad Nabi is the big all-rounder. I think he's actually just been made the #1 ICC ODI all-rounder. So yeah, one to watch there.
Yes, indeed. He overtook Shakib Al Hassan, who had been in that #1 spot for 5 years, which just shows how dominant he was. But yeah, Nabi had a brilliant ODI series. Unfortunately, Afghanistan couldn't win any of those games, but they were all very, very tight in the end. The first ODI, Sri Lanka batted first, scored 381 for 3. Nissanka scored an unbelievable double hundred and has been in brilliant form since. Avishka Fernando, who isn't playing in these these T20s, scored 88 as well alongside him. And yeah, it was absolutely bonkers the way he batted in that game. Afghanistan put on a good chase actually though. Trying to chase 381 is always quite tough. They scored 339 for 6. Nabi scored 136 in that game, was brilliant. Madhushan though took 4 for 75, and Nissanka obviously walked away with a man of match performance, scoring a big double hundred. Second ODI, similar kind of result. Sri Lanka scored 308 for 6. Asalanka scored a great 97, and 50s for Kusal, Samarawickrama and Liang. Asmatullah 3 for 56, but Afghanistan were bowled out for 153 in just 33.5 overs. 50s for Zajran again, and Ranat Shah, and no one else made double figures. Really kind of sums up how the Afghans have had and played this series. Asalanka took man of the match there, and then yeah, in the third ODI, Afghanistan batted first, scored 266 all out in just 49 overs. 50s for Ranat Shah and Asmatullah. All the wickets were spread around, and then Sri Lanka chased it down quite comfortably. Nissanka another 100. He's been in fine form. Do you think he could be absolutely crucial at the top of the order when Sri Lanka get a turn to bat?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'd say he's more of a longer format batter, maybe. His stats don't really, they're not as favourable for the T20s as they are for the ODIs and Test matches. But yeah, I mean, he's a great batter. It'd be interesting to see how he does. Obviously, opening with Kusal Mendis, who was the captain in the ODI World Cup, but Hasaranga has now come back in, of course. So yeah, I think he could do well. I think obviously that opening partnership is always crucial in any format of cricket. So yeah, should be interesting.
Absolutely, yeah, it'll be an exciting game as well. I'm really excited for Noor Ahmed. He has been brilliant since he sort of came onto the scene. He played a bit in the Under-19 World Cup. He's played. He's got BBL contract, PSL, IPL. He's been absolutely fantastic, and he should be really exciting to try and get a few wickets. He's obviously a good mystery spinner, and yeah, it'll be exciting to see what he's going to be able to do. He had a great game against England in that World Cup as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he's very young, isn't he?
Yeah, I think
19.
Indeed, yeah, 19.
Yeah, crazy. What's the news? Isn't there some news?
Yes, so he's breached a contract with the IL T20, so he's lost his contract there. I'm not sure there's a huge amount more, some more might develop as we go on, some more news. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And I think he had a game and he's played for the 100 a little bit for Welsh Fire. And yeah, this Afghan side are just phenomenal. When you look at the players they've got I think 6 or 7 guys in the IPL, which is absolutely crucial. Rahman Gurbaz playing for KKR, Asmatullah, Amazi, and Noor Ahmed playing for Gujarat Titans, which is Rashid Khan's team, who's obviously injured. Naveen Al-Haq playing for Lucknow Super Giants, Faz Al-Haq Faruqi for Sunrise of Hyderabad, and Asmatullah, and Mohammad Nami for Mumbai Indians. Yeah, they have a huge number of huge talented guys. I think, what do you make of their batting performances so far though, Michael? They seem to have glimpses of brilliance, but haven't really to follow through and have that consistency, which they're really going to need to challenge in the World Cup coming up.
Yeah, they've really struggled against Sri Lanka, especially in that second T20, scoring, 115? I mean, bowled out after 17 overs, pretty poor, really. And yeah, they've just struggled to get going. I mean, I mentioned Ibrahim Zadran earlier, who looks like their best batter, but other than that, they need a bit more from Mohammad Nabi, they need a bit more from, Janat, his numbers so far in the T20 has been pretty, solid compared to the other players. 20 of 16 in the first T20, 28 of 23 in the second T20. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty scarce the amount of runs they're getting. But they're a very young side, got loads of youngsters. Zadran, I keep mentioning, 22 years old. Ahmed, 19. Some great options coming through there, and I guess the more experience they get, the better they're going to be in the future.
Yeah, I think it's crucial to mention their age. Now that Gulbuddin Naib's dropped out, who's 32, Mohammed Nabi is the only guy in their top 8 who is over the age of 25, which really does show their youth and experience. I mean, Rashid Khan's not that old either. Majid they're missing, which will be crucial. How do you see their chances in the World Cup?
It's what's the format now? 20 teams, 5 groups of 4.
5 groups of 4, yeah. So in their group they have New Zealand and West Indies, who will both be very good, and then Uganda and Papua New Guinea, who they really should be hoping to beat.
Yeah, you can't really put them down as favourites to get out of that group with New Zealand and West Indies in there. Well, West Indies have been struggling recently, but they look really good over just before Christmas against England. So yeah, I wouldn't put them down as favourites to get out, maybe finish 3rd. Yeah, I mean, see, obviously in this series with Sri Lanka, they have struggled quite a lot, and they've looked definitely the 2nd best team. So yeah, struggled to see them get out of that group there. To be honest, they did have a good ODI World Cup.
They did. They had a really good one. 4 victories, 3 of which were against former world champions, including Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I think Pakistan and England as well. As well as I think they must have beaten the Netherlands. And yeah, so in their history, and I'm sure they'll be looking to try and progress and keep going over the next few months. Really.
Definitely got some young exciting players, haven't they? And an exciting team to watch over the next decade. See how see if they can get any decent World Cup runs or decent series wins, because they definitely have the capabilities to do it.
Definitely, yeah. On the other hand, Sri Lanka, led by former England coach Chris Silverwood. If this T20 series is anything to go by, they're in fine form for the World Cup coming up in just a few months.
Yeah, I think the big thing is Hasaranga coming back. He's been so crucial in these 2 T20s, like 67, I want to say, off 32 balls in that first T20 when Sri Lanka were down 4 wickets, and Hasaranga came in, massive counter punch, 67 runs, loads of boundaries. You know, it was an amazing innings really. And then in the second T20, 22 off 9, just absolutely smashed it. And yeah, I think missing him in the World Cup was absolutely huge. We're actually seeing the impact that had now in this T20 series, because he is so good.
He really is. I think he balances the side so perfectly and just allows them to float around that middle order, which we've already mentioned, and they can really, just depending on the situation, affect and change their lineup and back how they want. I mean, he would be absolutely crucial, I think, if he actually went and joined any other of the sort of maybe major nations. I think he'd almost walk into all of the sides. England, I'm sure, would take him as a brilliant all-rounder. At the moment, they're trying to find Liam Livingstone or Moeen Ali, some of the younger guys coming through, Will Jacks maybe. And they're really struggling to find that sort of spin bowling all-rounder. Australia, similarly, they've got Glenn Maxwell, who's maybe more of a batter, and would actually work really nicely, I think, alongside someone like Hasaranga, who turns the ball in the opposite direction. And yeah, he's absolutely fantastic. He's hopefully going to be playing in the IPL coming up this year for Sunrisers Hyderabad. And yeah, I think the game is about to kick off in a few minutes. Hazratullah Zazalai is walking to the crease right now. It's brilliant, pretty good average, 28, 131 strike rate. He'll be very, very aggressive early on, and we're hoping to take the game to the Sri Lankan bowlers. And yeah, it should be exciting to see. His partner is Ramanullah Gurbaz. They're changing it around, and Captain Ibrahim Zadran is sliding down the order. Now, Michael, thanks for joining me. You'll be being replaced by Aayush now, and you'll be back though in no time at all.
Yes, back in a bit.
And it'll be really exciting as Angelo Matthews takes the new ball. 84 T20Is he's played, 43 wickets, economy 7.1. He's an absolute elite athlete. He's been playing for so long now, hasn't he, Aayush? He's been brilliant. And first ball coming in now, but quickly, how good is Angelo Matthews?
Fantastic. He's so valuable to this Sri Lankan team, isn't it? Out for a long time, I would say, from the T20 side. He's back now, and he's bringing in some good performances, as we saw in the last game, especially with bat and then with ball as well.
Very much so.
So fantastic from Angelo Matthews taking the new ball again.
Comes in, back of a length, and they scamper through for a quick single. Hazratullah Zazai on strike and just nudges it straight down the ground for an easy single and off to a comfortable start. He's already tied his score for last game. He'll be hoping to press on, won't he?
Absolutely. And he's got a highest score of 162 in a T20 international. Has he? I mean, I still remember that innings. I watched it. It's been a while since he's played that innings. But if he can get going, that innings is just proof of what Hazratullah Zazai can do. And yeah, he's off the mark. He must be feeling already a lot better than he did previously. And I'm sure Afghanistan will bank on him for not 162 again. They'll be happy even if he got a big score that sent the game.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Gurbaz, his partner, is also very, very exciting. And I'm sure between the two of them, if they can get off to a really good start, this Afghanistan side has so much power hitting down the order as Matthews comes up to the crease. Straight this time, finds the outside edge, squirms away to backward point. Nicely fielded though, and in over to Kusal Mendes, who I think has the gloves. Very, very exciting. These two, as we were mentioning, will be trying. We're still live stream, we'll try and commentate. We're still good to go. Hazratullah facing up to Angelo Matthews. Another very, very tight, aimed at the stumps, but Zazai manages to squeeze it away to mid-off again and scamper through for another single.
It's brilliant from Matthews, right? He's having these hamstring issues. He said in the last game as well. Picked up a couple of wickets. In the 2 overs that he bowled, just gave away 9 runs and took the new ball there. But I mean, if you're seeing the 4 balls, it's not much to go by so far, but he's in the groove right away. He's not missing his lengths or lines at all for now.
Absolutely, yeah. He knows exactly how to go as he approaches the crease again. Gurbaz comes down the wicket, up in the air, squirts away over third man for a 1 bounce 4. All outside edge that. That's completely lucky. He was trying to work that over cow corner probably. And luckily there's no one down there catching on that third man boundary.
Matthews should be encouraged by that. I mean, Gurbaz is just a boundary. He's gone for 4 runs, but that delivery Matthews should be encouraged by. Because again, he confused the batter. He threw the edge. Gurbaz was charging down the wicket. But yeah, good signs for Angelo Matthews and Sri Lanka, definitely.
Very much so. I think that kind of shows up the fact that Gurbaz was trying to attack and approach Matthews as he comes back in. Same again, hits it big, straight down the ground. That's a huge 6, about 20 yards over the rope, over long on, and absolutely massive there. That's a big over in the end, 13 from it. Matthews started so strong, but that 6 off the end was absolutely massive, wasn't it, Aayush?
In a few seconds after I said that's encouraging signs to Sri Lanka, Gurbaz has just hit an absolutely brilliant shot down the ground, isn't he? Yeah, Matthews will feel a little hard done, given the way the first 5 balls went, but that's T20 cricket. 1 big 6 and that can completely change the bowler's figures and his confidence around.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that, again, that'll be giving Gurbaz a lot of comfort that the fact he may miss out on the first one, but absolutely crunched that over cow corner. And yeah, as we were saying, they're going to try and be so aggressive up the top and really, really want to try and put pressure back on the Sri Lankan bowlers. And yeah, we've seen the replay here. He absolutely middled that one. Just hit straight through it, straight down the ground, over sort of long on. And there's not much really Matthews could do. Maybe that was slightly too full, you could argue. The first sort of 4 or 5 balls were very, very nice and obviously was slightly back of a length as Thurishana comes in now. Thurishara, sorry. We're bowling a bit of seam over the wicket. And Hazratullah Zazai almost chops onto his pad and it squirts out to the point. Could have had a wicket first ball there.
Yeah, again, Sri Lanka drawing an edge, this time an inside edge from Hazratullah Zazai, but yeah, to no avail. But again, it's good to see contest already, right? Sri Lanka had a couple of close calls this last delivery and in the first over from Matthews, but Gurbaz attacking as well. So from the looks of it, the first 7 deliveries, we could be in for a thriller today.
Very much so. I think it'll be exciting. It'll be interesting to see as well that the Afghans are batting first in this. They might have a bit more of an opportunity, no scoreboard pressure. They obviously failed in both their previous chases in this series. So they'll really, really want to try and assert some dominance on Sri Lanka and put a really big score, which they definitely have the potential to. Thurishara entering the crease now as well. Much straighter again and worked away to mid-on by Gurbaz for just an easy single. Just sort of staying a bit more calm this time rather than perhaps trying to go ultra aggressive.
Yeah, and Nuwan Thurishara as well. bit of an interesting bowler, little slingy kind of an action from him as well, not as much as Matisha Pathirana, who's modelled the Lasat Malinga style of bowling. And we'll see him later as well, Matisha Pathirana. So he's always exciting to watch, especially after his IPL exploits last season.
No, exactly, yeah. I mean, the baby Malinga, as they call him, he really does look identical to Lapis Malinga. Hazratullah tries it all straight down the ground. Oh, brilliant shot. Nice little off drive, straight past, well, no one even really diving getting close to that. That was brilliant from Zazai. And yeah, he's now absolutely smashed the Sahara there straight down the ground.
That's exactly what they need from Zazai, isn't it? He has to be the attacker. Yes, Gurbaz, the man in form, he will play an attacking role as well. But Zazai, that's just his natural game. He's got the liberty to go for it. And as we see the replay again, absolutely hammers it down the ground. Nothing Angelo Matthews, who's at mid-off, could do.
No, I actually quite like as well how they've dropped Ibrahim Zadran down the order slightly. I think he's possibly a bit more suited to maybe nudging it round. He's not as destructive a batter. And that's nicely worked away out to backwards point there by Zazai. Just sort of outside edge, kind of guided away out to the boundary for just a single.
Yeah, good start again from Afghanistan. 7 runs, beg your pardon, off the first 4 deliveries of this over. And it's clear that they're going for the attack right from the get-go.
Very much so, yeah. As I was saying, I like how they've promoted Gurbaz up to the top of the order. He batted at 3 last game. I think you just want to try and really, in that power play, make use of it. If they lose an early wicket, Ibrahim Zadran is prime and the perfect person really to come in and just calm things down. He's not a slow scorer by any means. His strike rate is dwarfed, however, though, by the other two. 106 in T20 internationals. And yeah, just hasn't quite got that capability of the boundary hitting that the other two have. Thashara, nice and straight again, and they go for quick single. Oh, could have been out there. Gurbaz trying to nick a quick single, sprawled in, dived in at the end. Probably safe, but it would have been really touch and go there. That was some great fielding there from the Sri Lankans. Just nudged it into the leg side, short mid wicket. And we're seeing it here, he would have been gone. He would have been comfortably gone had that hit. That is so close. Dive wasn't enough, but they get away with it. And that's a bit of luck that perhaps the Afghanistani guys need.
Almost the commentators coming into play there. You're talking about Gurbaz and how important he is to this Afghan side, and I agree with you. At the top of the order, has a small ability to play his game, right? But yeah, as we saw there, almost ran himself out. It was a really tight single, and it's all luck that he wasn't run out on that occasion.
Completely, yeah. On another day, he would have been gone. And Zadran's probably walking out, the captain for Afghanistan. I think that's that another overboard, or possibly one to come. But yeah, one to come, that is. Thashara entering now. He'll be, I'm sure, hoping to target the stumps. Bit wider. Oh, and edged through, well, what would have been the slips, down through third man for 4 runs there. Hazratullah Azazi, another boundary. Obviously didn't really mean that. Squirted away, just edged through third man. And yeah, he's been absolutely piling on the runs at the moment as we're into the third over.
Couple of boundaries for him this over as well, after Gurbaz hit a 4 and a 6 in the first over. So that's a brilliant start. 12 runs from this over as well, 25 for no loss and 2. Couldn't ask for anything better right now, Afghanistan.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's been a brilliant start for the Afghans. I'm sure they'll be keeping to try and push on. What have you made of them so far in the series? They've not really had a very good start, other than a great, 60? Yeah, by Ibrahim Zadran, 67 or 55, who actually maybe arguably lost them the game towards the end with his lack of boundary hitting ability. But they've not really had any major partnerships, and when they have, they've looked really dangerous.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a problem for them. Not the batting attack together's not coming through. We saw in the previous game as well, there's a lot of reliance on just 1 or 2 guys. We can argue that they are missing Rashid Khan down the order, and I'm aware that I'm talking about his batting because he's such a brilliant all-rounder. Not just with the ball, he's so crucial with the bat down the order, those crucial runs as well. But yeah, like you said, it's just not everyone coming together. They've lacked that, and I think they're going to have to get that act together collectively with not too much time to go for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely crucial to mention. There's only 3 games after this one for each of the sides, 3 competitive games other than maybe a few warm-ups, before they get a chance to, before their first games kick off, and they really need to try and really be solidifying who's playing, who's batting where, who's going to be their starting 11. They really need to know these things, and I think perhaps actually the injuries of Rashid Khan and Mujib as well could possibly be giving the Afghan side a little bit of an opportunity to play maybe some of the guys who might be on the outskirts, maybe the fringes of the team. So it'll be interesting to see maybe when these two come back in, what might happen.
So that's always a good way of looking at some of your top players being injured. It does, and in the build-up to T20 World Cup especially, it's good to test the others out. We know that Rashid and Mujib will feature in the 11 at the World Cup if they're fit, but as of now, it's really important to give the youngsters a chance and see what they can bring to the table.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think this always seems to be the way for Afghanistan, that the age group cricket, particularly under 19, is absolutely crucial. They always seem to have floods of younger guys coming through who have so much ability, and they just need to find their way. And actually, having games like this and series like this where maybe it's not going all so well, actually probably builds them and gives them a bit of character, and it means that when they do have tough games in the World Cup and later on as they're a bit older, they know how to face it and how to overcome it. So it'll be really exciting. Matthews starting the third over now, went for 13 off that first, a 4 and a 6 to finish it off. Was absolutely brilliant before then with just a few singles. Bowling to Gurbaz right now. Outside off, back of a length, nudged into the offside, and they don't scamper through for a single this time. It looked like Gurbaz wanted it. He wanted to get up the other end again. They're looking a little bit, not frantic, but want to try and be really progressive and try and assert themselves here. And they're looking pretty good. There look to be a little bit of a confrontation. Oh no, an injury. I think that is that Gurbaz? I think.
Yes, that's him.
Clutching at his side a little bit, so maybe he's pulled something, or possibly in his dive, trying to scamper through for that quick single, maybe opened up a cut or something. Matthews in again. Gurbaz gets it and actually nails that through mid wicket. A little pull shot, dropped a bit short there from Matthews, and Gurbaz latches on that instantly to carve it through that leg side.
Yeah, but Gurbaz, I mean, maybe he can just stand and deliver now after that little bit of an injury scare. I'm sure with the modern day players do tend to carry on, and there are a lot of facilities that they have that can help them. Things like the magic spray, as we call it in cricket, get them going right away. But Gurbaz, yeah, seems like there was a bit of an issue after that dive in the previous over to save himself from getting run out. But brilliant shot again.
Exactly. Yeah.
If he can stand and deliver that way, he doesn't need to run.
Definitely doesn't, and he won't be able to run himself out as well. Matthews tighter again, much fuller, and just nudged onto the leg side. Bit of an easier single there this time, and it didn't really seem to have any issues there. So I think he should be okay. Possibly just a bit wincing. They're showing us the replay again of his dive. I think it must have been. Actually, he looks like he hits the ground really hard there as he's diving in. But yeah, I think he should be fine in the end, and actually could be really dangerous if he does have no risk and no worry about getting out if he is slightly injured.
Absolutely, he's really crucial. He's on 18 of 8 deliveries already, and that's an excellent start. Doesn't get better than that. And yeah, he's still.
Zazai there, big swing into the leg side, and they scamper yet again for another single. This Sri Lankan ring fielding has been pretty poor. They're allowing some more easy singles where there probably shouldn't be. A bit of a swipe there from Zazai, just to work it onto the leg side to mid-on. And yeah, Matthews, after what was a really, really good start to that first over, and really, really accurate, seemingly dropping his length either too short or too full now, and allowing the Afghanistan guys a lot more of an ease when they're facing him.
Yeah, it's almost as if Afghanistan just read him in those first couple of deliveries, and then once they were comfortable, just went after him.
Seems to be the way. Just 2 balls remaining in Matthews' opening overs. Flicked onto the office pads there from Gurbaz. Pushing for 2 now. They make it, and yeah, he seemingly again doesn't seem to have any issues with his running ability. So I think the injury maybe should be okay. Probably just a bit of an impact that maybe worried him at first.
He's looking better with every ball. We just saw a couple of deliveries ago. He was just holding that abdominal area where the problem seems to be, but he's running well and he's hitting the ball well. So looks like for Afghanistan, there's no problem right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Just 1 ball here from Matthews in the 3rd over to go, and then I'll be replaced by Will, who'll be taking over the commentary. All onto the pads, mini appeal from Matthews and Mendes behind stumps, but nothing really there in the end, definitely going down the leg side. Scamper through for, I think that's a leg by, yeah, and Gurbaz 20 off 10 after just 3 overs, Hazard still at 13 off 8, and Aayush takes away as I'll be being replaced by Will.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely electrifying start from the Afghanistani batters. They'll be happy, won't they, Aayush? Both Hazratullah and Gurbaz looking in decent nick here to start with.
It's a fantastic start. 3 overs, none for 34. And as we spoke about earlier, they are going for the attack, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. Gurbaz at the moment striking at about 200, so he started as if he's in a bit of a rush to put a real good total on here today for Afghanistan. So yeah, as we said, 34 for nothing off the 3 overs. Andrew Matthews has been a bit expensive in those first 2 overs, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's not been. He just got a couple of overs the last time, got 2 wickets for 9, and this time he's been smacked. And that's what T20 cricket brings to you, right? One day is great, and the other day is just.
And here we go then with Tisha Patirana on to replace the bowler here, on to replace Tusara after his first over. Gurbaz on the crease. Oh, and he's edged it, and it's just over the wicket there, down to third man, and they'll come through for the single.
Close signs. I mean, again, it's not been as convincing because we've seen a couple of edges again there, Gurbaz to Patirana. I understand it can be difficult to get used to Matisha Patirana with that Malinga-ish action, doesn't it? I mean, it's not easy to get going right away.
No, that was a good first delivery there. He'll be hoping that he can continue on that line in length. So it's brought Hazratullah on to strike, who's currently on 13 of 8 deliveries. And in trundles. Oh, and he's carved that through the offside for 4 runs. Absolutely beautiful square drive.
Brilliant. What a shot again from Hazratullah Zazai there. He's looking good, and that's very good signs for Afghanistan alongside Gurbaz. And that one absolutely smashed through that backward point area.
Oh, that's where he's at his fluent best there, when he's able to let the arms go, and he's absolutely, that ball is shot to the boundary.
Yeah, Matisha Patirana coming in, a couple of deliveries.
And here's the next delivery. Oh, and he's tried to push that a little wider. Will that be given a wide? 93 clicks as well. He's really pushing that through, and it has been given as a wide delivery. He was just trying to keep that a little wider, just out of Zazai's arc there, wasn't he?
So already a little bit of death overs bowling from Patirana, something that he's famous for. And yeah, he's just playing, fiddling with that crease. But yeah, a right call, I would say, of wide at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was quite a wide delivery. Really trying to keep it away from Zazai's power hitting there. So Zazai now on to 17 of 9 deliveries. He's really going quite nicely, along with Gurbaz at the other end. 40 for nothing, or 3.2 overs, and in comes Patirana for his 3rd delivery of the over. Oh, and this one was a little straighter, but it's a misfield from the ring field, and then a cover, and they will come through for a couple of runs. Yeah, they've been quite inconsistent at the moment, haven't they, the Sri Lankan fielders? They'll be quite disappointed, won't they, Aayush?
Yeah, absolutely. That's not good from them so far. And the single was never on, but the misfield allowed them to come back for a couple of runs, actually, not even 1 run.
Oh, I can think of already 3 or 4 instances where the ring fielders just haven't quite been on it. It almost feels like they need just a quick wake-up call to the Sri Lankan fielders. They just really need to sharpen up. So 8 off the first 3 deliveries. Hazratullah still on strike, and in comes Patirana. Oh, and it's another one of those signature Zazai cover drives, but this time the Sri Lankan fielder is a little more on the ball, and he's managed to keep that to a top delivery.
Yes, this time, thankfully, was it Hasaranga? No, I don't think it was Hasaranga, the captain himself, waiting there, but as we see, he's changing the field around a little bit.
And here we go in for the 5th delivery of the over. Oh, and he's edged it, and it's flown away to the 3rd man boundary for 4. A nice delivery from Patirana, but Zazai just managed to squeeze that one away. 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant again for Afghanistan. Good result. I wouldn't say great shot because, yeah, he did throw the kitchen sink at it, but again it got a bit of an edge, flew through the third man boundary.
12 runs from this over so far. Patirana coming in here for the final delivery of the over. Oh, and it's a little straighter, and he's turned that around the corner, and it's 4 more runs. Afghanistan race to 50 for no wickets from 4 overs. Now this has been quite the start, and more sloppy bowling from the Sri Lankan bowlers. 16 off that over, 50 for nothing off 4.
They would take that any day. 16 off Matisha Patirana's first over. We'll probably see him bowl the rest of the overs at the death, because that's where he comes in and specializes in death bowling. But 4 overs, they've already got to 50. Any team's going to take that any given day.
Yeah, the bowling there, it's just been way too inconsistent. You know, you're seeing some out way outside off stump. That one was just too tight on the pads. And Hazratullah and Gurbaz are really punishing the Sri Lankan bowlers. Say 50 off 25 deliveries, they're striking at 200 as a pair. And Matthews is now being replaced by Tushara on for his second over from the other end. Gurbaz on strike, and it's a nice first delivery, back of the length, straight back down the ground there for Gurbaz, and he comes through for the single.
I mean, while Tushara's bowling this over, I just wanted to mention incredible pace from Patirana the previous over. He even touched 150 clicks. That's a big advantage for any team these days. That's like a luxury.
Yeah, he was really getting the ball through there. Some good clicks, as you say, around the 90 mile an hour mark, even pushing 92, 93 with a couple of those deliveries. However, he did go for 16 off the over, so it's not all about the pace, isn't it?
Yeah, never is.
But here comes Tushar for the second delivery of the over. Hazratullah on strike, and again, way too straight, but this time he gets away with it as Hazratullah comes through for the single as he hits that one out to square leg.
Yeah, got away with it, as you say, rightly say, Will, though there. Again, they've just been so inconsistent with the lines especially, haven't they? As we saw with Patirana in the last over as well, a couple of really wide deliveries that the batters absolutely smacked. And here, just Tushara going too much down the leg side, got away with it there, but yeah, good batters will not keep it out for too long.
And here comes the third delivery of the over. Gurbaz on strike, and this one goes high, out to the boundary, and he's dropped it. Oh, he's been put down. Out on the boundary there, I can't quite see who it was, but he really should have taken it. And Gurbaz has got a life, and he is still in there where he really should be gone.
Yeah, looks like Akila Dhananjay, the man down there at fine leg, coming into the game just today, his first match of the series, replacing Mahesh Tikshana, and fluffs one. That was as easy as it gets, Will.
Oh, that was really quite a regulatory catch. Yes, he did make some good ground, to be fair to him, but Gurbaz should be back in the dugout there at the moment. Instead, it's Hazratullah on strike. Oh, that's a good delivery there. Pitched up just outside the leg stump there, but they do come through for one leg by.
Yeah, again, Tushara I don't think he's getting the line that he wants. He got a great chance. It was a good shot ball, the previous delivery, as we're seeing the replay again. And yeah, how many other times you see it, Will, you can't really justify that drop catch, can you?
No, but then again, it can be difficult, especially with the lights in these night games. A packed out ground here today at Dambulla for the third time this series. And Gurbaz this time just squeezes that one out to square leg. And they do come through for another single. It's 54 for nothing here, 55 for nothing here after 4.5 overs. Afghanistan will be very happy with this start, won't they?
Absolutely. This is another 7 more deliveries to go in the power play. They've already got 55 and a chance here to score a lot more runs in these next 7 deliveries.
Absolutely. So Hasratola's on to 27 off 15, and he's on strike here again as Tushara comes into the crease. And he bowls a short one. Zazai just turns on it, and it's gone over the boundary. It's 6. Tushara stands there, he doesn't quite understand how that's not gone to the fielder, but it is 6, and Afghanistan move on to 61 for nothing after just 5 overs. Absolutely electrifying stuff there from Zazai.
Tushara went for the short ball again because he created a chance in the previous delivery with Gurbaz, this time to Zazai, but this time the fine leg fielder did not even have a look. It just went over his head, sailed over as he looked at the ball go for 6.
Oh, he's just using his brute force there as Zazai moves on to a strike rate just over the 200 mark at 206. He's really striking at a good scoring rate here at the moment, and Afghanistan will be very pleased with that. We're just watching a replay there of the last ball, and he's just turned on it, timed it perfectly. Not too much power. It was all about the timing there, really, wasn't it, Aayush?
Yeah, use the pace, I would say. Quick short ball coming in, and he just, again, like an experienced batter, just
now
use the pace.
Akila Dhananjaya coming on for the last over of the power play. The first delivery was a full delivery, and it's been pushed down there to long on for a single for Gurbaz. Yeah, Patirana there didn't quite have the impact perhaps that he was hoping for, so it's to no surprise that Akila Dhananjaya has come on here.
Yeah, he's the one spinner who does often tend to bowl in the power play as well. And after that drop catch, Captain Manandu Saranga giving him the chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, and here we go. There's the first over from a spinner here tonight, bowling around the wicket there to Hasratullah, and it's a dot delivery. Perhaps the spinners will be able to bring a little more control. I think the seamers have been a bit all over the shop, to be honest, and that's reflected in the score. The third delivery again aimed in there at the stumps, just drifting in, and they do push through for a single, but it seems as if Akila has started here with much more control than the previous few deliveries.
Absolutely, he's tight lines that he's bowling, they're not letting them free their arms and go after it.
He's Gurbaz on strike for the fourth delivery, and he's swung this one away. The cameraman's not too sure where it's gone, but it has sailed over the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
And just as we were talking about Akila Dhananjay's control there, and loose one there, just giving Gurbaz the opportunity to go after it. And again, such a brilliant shot down the ground. He just looks so good when he's playing down the ground, doesn't he?
Really quick wrists there from Gurbaz, generating the power, and the next delivery is a similar length, but this one just pitches before he's able to get the bat to it, and for that it's a single. 7 runs off the over so far, and just the one ball of the power play left to go. A power play that Afghanistan will be very pleased about.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they would have wanted a few more runs of this over, but they'll be happy.
And here we go, the final delivery, and Zazai finds a boundary off the last ball of the power play. This one was flicked off a good length, and it's 4 runs. Afghanistan on to 72 runs without the loss of any wickets from the power play, and Zazai on to 38 off 19.
What a start, what an incredible start from them.
For sure, a power play run rate there of 12 runs and over. Afghanistan, so far they've perhaps not shown their full potential, with the bat scoring 156 runs in the first T20 before being bowled all out for 115 off just the 17 overs in the last and the second T20 then. So this looks much more promising on their parts. Yes, okay, maybe the series is all done at the moment in the favour of Sri Lanka, but this has really been a fantastic start, hasn't it?
Brilliant. 72 of 6 overs, you can't ask anything more than that. And yeah, so good to see them playing like this. They'll be definitely targeting, I think, anything less than 200 here, and they'll be disappointed.
Brilliant, Aayush, yes. And here we go. Hazaranga in now as Aayush is going to be replaced by Toby. Wow, it's been absolutely electrifying, as we've just said. Gurbaz there pushing Wanindu Hasaranga, who is on for his first over from the north end. The Sri Lankan captain, perhaps their talisman with the ball in hand as well. And
Absolutely, yeah, he's going to be absolutely. Oh, there is another injury. That's Gurbaz again. He seemingly clutching his leg this time. Possibly, did he get hit in the inside thigh maybe? Seems to be struggling a little bit. But yeah, Hasaranga is going to be absolutely crucial here. He's been brilliant since he's coming back in. He obviously missed the ODI World Cup, which was really unfortunate. He would have been brilliant for Sri Lanka, I'm sure. And possibly would have helped their chances at qualifying for the semis, which at times they look like they might have been able to do. But since coming back into the side, he's been fantastic and really been pushing on the Sri Lanka side that they really need in the next few months. As the World Cup is just around the corner now.
yeah, it does look as if Gurbaz does have a problem here. The medics have come out to the middle and there is a little break in play as we watch a highlights compilation of this opening partnership. 73 of 38 deliveries, and I have to say the Afghanistani openers have really looked in control so far of the order of play.
Yeah, I mean that first power play, that's absolutely crucial. And score 73 runs from it is absolutely mental. I mean they've been absolutely demolishing the Sri Lankan bowling attack. There's been a few lucky chances. That drop on the square leg boundary was absolutely massive. Gave a bit of a lifeline to Gurbaz, but they're really pushing on now, and as they have to, they really need to keep going and try and. Well, I think they possibly need 200. It looks like a really good wicket so far. There's very little movement, unless maybe the spinners are going to come into it now. I think possibly 200 is going to have to be the score they're aiming for.
Yeah, it's a packed out Dambulla International Cricket Stadium here, as it has been for the first two T20s as well, Toby. It is fantastic to see the support that this Sri Lankan team are able to generate at the moment. As again we see Gurbaz, who has received some strapping on his, it seems as if it's his left knee or lower hamstring anyhow. Well, he is carrying on. It'll be interesting to see if that injury does have any impact at all on his play. Well, it doesn't seem as if it's had any impact so far, as he's striking at just over 150 there, and we are back in play. It's Hazaranga to Hazratullah, and it's a nice length there, drawing Hazratullah forwards, but they do scamper through there for the single off Hazratullah's outside edge.
Yeah, nicely played down. I think outside edge, or he sort of guides it down. I think it's a little bit lucky, nicely down to third man, and yeah, it's sort of quick, simple. It'll be really interesting, now to see how Gurbaz does. Is he injured? Is he going to be able to play on, or is it just a small niggle?
Hazaranga in for the third delivery, and it's a big swipe across his pads, and the umpire has not given it out despite the big Sri Lankan appeals, and it doesn't look like they'll be taking this one upstairs either.
No, I think it must have been a little wrong in there from Hasaranga, just trying to play it down the leg side and just continued with the arm through.
Hasaranga pushing through here. It's a little shorter, and Gurbaz gets onto his back foot and he cuts that away, and it's another boundary.
Absolutely crunched through the offside there, through backward point. They had a man out of the boundary, hit way too well there from Gurbaz to give him any sort of opportunity. Just too short from Hasaranga. You can't give any sort of width or any sort of length issue there to a player as good as Gurbaz.
That was really a fantastic cut shot there. Gave the field absolutely no chance. And the next delivery is just as short. This time Gurbaz hits it to the onside and he splits the fielders there, and it is another boundary. Gurbaz really getting a move on here as Afghanistan move on to 82 for nothing.
Yeah, perfectly bisects those fielders out on the cow corner boundary, nails it, which is absolutely crucial. If he mishits it slightly, they're just going to get through for a single, maybe for a two. And yeah, yet again Hasaranga missing his length. He obviously went for another googly there, fires it in a bit tighter, but got on top of there by Gurbaz.
And there we are, the over comes to an end. A nice delivery there, which is just dabbed back to the bowler. 10 coming off that first over for Hasaranga. A couple of really nice boundaries from Gurbaz, but the story so far, Toby, has been the Afghanistani openers, and it just seems like they're continuing on their merry way here at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Very few issues from the two of them. They could seem to complement each other really nicely as well. Lefty righty, obviously, always very helpful. And yeah, they're just absolutely taking apart the Sri Lankan side and not really giving them much opportunity. I think Hasaranga's going to have his work cut out for him, trying to captain the side through. He's probably going to have to keep changing the bowlers, trying to work out, trying to disrupt the lineup as much as possible. As we see that LBW appeal, yeah, turning miles down the leg side.
And here we go, we're into a new over, and Zazai has absolutely crunched a shortish delivery from Akila Dhananjaya for 6 runs. Absolutely destructive batting there from Zazai. Starts the over with a big hit.
Yeah, slightly too short yet again there from the off spinner. And yeah, Zazai just gets right over it and nails it 20 yards over the ropes for another comfortable 6. 75 metres there, and he goes leg side again.
Oh, and it's a big appeal from the Sri Lankan players, but no, the umpire is unmoved. It looked a little short from my angle, but Hasaranga has sent it upstairs, has he?
He has, I think, yeah. Seemingly, well, he's obviously on the boundary at the moment, so seemingly slightly unaware as to what happened. Oh, and he's down on the floor. Zazai is, I think, been hit in the gooley woolly woolies, as it's been described previously by Emily Rayford Brent. So he's taking a bit of a breather, and luckily has a bit of time as the third umpire will have a look at it. What did you make of that LBW decision there, Will?
We're just seeing a replay here now. Oh.
Right on the box, right, not where you want to be hit.
Oh, you hate to see it, don't you? But we all have a good laugh about it afterwards. Well, I don't know, it looked like it might have been rising there. Was it going just over the wickets? We will see in due course.
Yeah.
But the
Height's issue there, I think, is the one thing. He's not that far forward, and he's quite low down as well, but he's obviously hit quite high up on the box. Definitely no edge there, comfortably through. It's basically going to be down to height. Possibly actually sliding down. It'll be interesting to see. Maybe he didn't get much turn on that.
Here we go. Red. Zazai is gone, and Afghanistan have lost their first wicket. Akila Dhananjaya being hit for 6 and coming back in fine form, taking that wicket, which leaves Afghanistan at 88 for 1.
That is going to be absolutely crucial for the Sri Lankan side. They really need that wicket to just slow this partnership down, to stop it. 7.2 overs in, and there's 88 runs. They're absolutely flying along, Afghanistan. We assume we'll see Ibrahim Zadran, the captain, coming out now, who is much less destructive. A very, very good player, and showed his quality in that first game with a brilliant 67 from just 55. It is Ibrahim coming out, and yeah, they'll have to try and see if he. My guess is, if I was him, just try and get Gurbaz on strike. He's been so destructive of recent times that you kind of have to allow him to just try and continue his power hitting as much as possible.
That was typical Hazratullah Zazai there. I've got to say, 45 of 22 deliveries, including 8 boundaries, 2 of which were 6s. Back to his destructive best there, really, Toby, wasn't he?
Completely, yeah. I mean, he was out of the side for that first T20, but since coming back in, I think has worked really, really well. Just at the top of the order, he's just a bit of a pinch hitter in many ways, so destructive, so aggressive. And yeah, I mean, you only need to talk about his 162 not out in that T20I to really, really show how brilliant a player he is.
And here we go, it's Ibrahim Zadran on strike, and he has started there straight away, carving the ball on the offside, and it's gone straight to the boundary. What a start there from Zadran, picking up the length quickly.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. He didn't look like he hit that too hard or anything, just absolutely pure timing there. Just fired away to the backward point boundary and didn't give a fielder who was on the ropes any opportunity there.
Here we go. The next delivery is a little straighter from Dhananjaya. It's pushed onto the leg side to long on for a single. Oh no, they pushed through. And they do come through for 2 runs. So Ibrahim has started here with a 4 and a couple of runs.
Yeah, I really like Akila Danjaya. He's bowling offies to Hazratullah there, who was absolutely crucial to get the wicket. Bowled a leggy there to the righty, Ibrahim Zadran. So it'll be interesting to see how he uses his 2 different variations against these 2 righties now. Is he going to just bowl leggies, which is a brilliant skill to have to be able to switch between those 2.
And the next delivery has just been pushed out onto the leg side there from Zadran for a single, which brings Gurbaz back on strike for the final delivery of the over. He's not faced a delivery for a while, actually, but he is on 38 off 22, going nicely. It's been another expensive over for Danjaya, despite that wicket, the all-important wicket of Zazai, and in he comes again. This time, a little shorter, but they do again come through for the 2 runs. So another productive over for Afghanistan, despite that wicket, 15 coming from it, which leaves Afghanistan at 97 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there from the Afghanistan guys yet again. It seems to be really hard for the Sri Lankans to stop them. Wicket is going to be crucial. They have to keep going, get continual wickets, because if they allow some of these partnerships to build and build and build, they're just going to keep going, the Afghanistan side. That's been what really has defined the Sri Lankans in this T20 series so far. They've not allowed any partnerships to build, and when they have, I think the only one that really was absolutely slightly dangerous was between Ibrahim Zadran and Karim Janat, who almost carried Afghanistan to victory in that first T20, but they managed to get a couple wickets, and the Afghanistan team just sort of collapsed towards the end.
So Hasarang is continuing here, and Bones Googly to start with, straight to cover there, and no run is taken.
Yeah, Ibrahim, I think, will just be, after a brilliant 4 off his first ball, he'll just be looking to settle in now and try and continue through the 20 overs.
And it's another good delivery, but this time Zadran is able to squeeze it past Hasaranga, and they do come through for the single this time.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Ibrahim Zadran definitely has that ability to go big where possible, but I think for now he's going to have to just try and play second fiddle and really allow Gurbaz to go big and continue absolutely belting it around the park.
So here we go, a 3rd delivery over. It's a little more leg-sidey, and Gurbaz manages to lap sweep that past the fine leg fielder, and it is another 4 runs as Afghanistan pass the 100 mark in the 9th over.
No, that's absolutely fantastic there. Got down very nice and early there from Gurbaz. Was that Gurbaz? No. Yes, Gurbaz, and yeah, just beats the man at short fine leg.
Oh, and it's a good googly here for the 4th ball of the over, but they still do manage to push through here again, and it's another 2 runs. How many times have we seen that on the leg side?
That must be 6 or 7 now. They're just, the Sri Lankan fielders out there don't really seem to be having, they just can't get the ball quick enough. They're not stopping any sort of quick turn, and yeah, Afghanistan know that they seem to be able to get 2 from missed hits out to that leg side, which keeps adding up.
Oh, and it's a nicer delivery this time. Should only be the 1 done, but again, they're pushing the fielder, and again, they come through for a couple of runs.
That's the same yet again, this time a bit straighter. Looked like a really good ball from Hasaranga again. He's a bit straighter, got a nice little flight on it, but yeah, they seem to work it into just a small pocket, a slight gap that seems to be out there on the leg side. And yeah, Nut scamper through for another 2. Gurbaz approaching his 50 there.
Yeah, Gurbaz on 48 from 26 for the final delivery of this Hasaranga over, and here we go, he pulls it away. They should come through for, no, it will only be the 1 this time. He did pick out the fielder there on the leg side boundary, and that finishes the over as Gurbaz again feels that lower left leg, and I will now leave you in the capable hands of Toby as Michael comes in here.
Yeah, 107 for 1 Afghanistan at the moment. Just the 1 wicket where Akila Danjaya managed to get Hazmatullah Zazai, LBW, plumb in front, hitting the box as well, which makes it even worse. And yeah, joined by Michael now, as Afghanistan try to continue to push on, and really, they could easily get to 200 here, they could be going big.
What a start this is, by the way. Jesus, what a start! I mean, they're on course to get above 200 runs. Only lost 1 wicket after 9 overs. Insane stuff as Dasun Shanaka comes in for his first overs of the day. Comes in bowling at Gurbaz cuts away on the offside to the boundary. Will they come back for 2 now? Just a single there from Gurbaz.
Much better there from Sri Lanka. They've got to stop these. That's a 50 as well for Gurbaz.
50's up.
Brilliant knock from him. Off just 28 balls, 7 50s now he's got in T20 international cricket, and that is absolutely fantastic. 140 strike rate. He's been blasting it all over the park since his debut in T20Is, and yeah, almost two runs for every ball he's faced in this inning so far, and been massively destructive.
Yeah, what a start for the openers as Shanaka comes in for a second ball, and it's away for a single from Ibrahim Zadran.
Yeah, Shanaka could be very, very useful in these middle overs here. He's a little bit, not got quite as much pace as some of the other Sri Lankan bowlers, sort of 80 mile an hour, but very good with the bat as well. Former captain as well, you can't forget. He was due to captain, he did captain at the start of the World Cup for Sri Lanka, but has since lost it. And I think Hasaranga is now taking over full time for the white ball stuff.
Well, he's going well so far as Gurbaz cuts away his third ball for that's not a four, it's cut for the boundary. Will probably come back for 2, takes Gurbaz up to 52 off 29 balls, 9.5 overs in, takes one in the back there. Didn't mean that.
No, they really need to get Gurbaz out now. He's absolutely flying. If he keeps going like this, Sri Lanka almost certainly have no chance. He's been fantastic. He's grimacing it again. I think it's the injuries that keep coming back to him. It was his knee, it was his chest at first, then it was his knee, and yeah, he's been really struggling with all sorts.
Shanaka coming in for his 4th ball, and similar, it's just heaved away to the offside for a single. And this has been a much better over for Sri Lanka, only conceding 5 so far, which is much better than all the previous Sri Lanka bowlers, who have all gone at an economy of 10, at least 10. So Sri Lanka starting to slow down the Afghanistan attack.
Definitely, yeah. I think that's a very good first over from him. And yeah, Gurbaz, we've seen his highlights. He's been all over the park. He's been demolishing the Sri Lankan attack.
All of the over here, and it's away on the leg side, and he'll cut it up for another single for Gurbaz.
Yeah, just nicely works away onto the leg side. Very calm, very collected, and yeah, it's been such a great partnership so far. The single at wagon wheel, yeah. Gurbaz has obviously looked to dominate over that leg side. Big 6 over there. Few squirted away onto the offside boundaries as well, but generally looking really strong through that mid-wicket region. And yeah, when he's celebrating, he got a little bow to his team.
6th ball, and it'll be no run. They thought about the single there, thought about the quick single, but they got nothing off it. It's just a 6 from Shanaka's first over, a good first over from him, a little bit slower, took a bit of pace off, and they couldn't get any boundaries from it, so well done.
Yeah, very much of that. That could be the way to go. I mean, Matthews started really well early on with a lot of pace off it and trying to get the Afghan guys to try and attack and bring the pace on themselves and try and create that pace. But then when he went a bit too short and a bit too full, the Afghan guys just latched on and really took him down. And I think it could be the same if you're really accurate and you're forcing the Afghan guys to try and create that pace and create that power. It could be really hard. But the second you miss your line of length, they are going to get on top of you and punish you, as Gurbaz and Hazratullah have done so far. And now Ibrahim Zadran will be trying to do as he has joined Gurbaz at the crease.
Yeah, so 10 overs in now, 113 for 1. Afghanistan going really well, on track. They keep up this rate to get 226. Normally in the second half of the T20 innings, teams kick on, don't they, and start piling on the runs. So may even eclipse that 226 as Akila comes in for his 3rd over of the day. He's got the only wicket of the day, Hazratullah, the big wicket, but conceded 26 runs from his 2 overs. Second ball now. Oh, it's in the air from Ibrahim Zadran. Is anyone going to take it? It's taken.
Very well done by Hasaranga
with it.
That is fantastic. Yeah, just tried to sweep him there, Ibrahim, but maybe tried to go a bit too straight and skied it straight up in the air. And yeah, Hasaranga, he's probably the best fielder in the Sri Lankan side. He's absolutely world class. and he's not going to drop one like that. Trying to go big, Zadran, maybe not what was needed, but Afghanistan will really look to push on now and will probably try to keep attacking and keep being aggressive.
Yeah, Akila Dananjaya now with his second wicket of the day, and that is spooned a little bit there from Ibrahim Zadran, and he'll be disappointed with that, won't he? It's a good catch from Hasaranga. It was in the air for a long time. Would have felt like it was coming down for an eternity for him.
Very much so. I think it's likely Mohammed Ishaq in now, who is the debutant. He's only 19, and yeah, he can be a bit nervous, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely class. He's got a pretty good T20 record generally. He's played just 10 games. Actually, no, I lied. It's a pretty poor T20 record generally. And yeah, they'll be interesting to see how he goes on.
Well, hopefully he can improve his fortunes today. So yeah, good. Well done, Dananjaya Akila, coming in 2 wickets now. He hasn't been the most economical bowler so far, but 2 crucial wickets of Zazai and Ibrahim Zadran, of course. Gurbaz still at the crease though, and is it the debutant? Let's see.
No, they've gone for Amazi.
Amazi, who's
Ismatullah.
Oh, not quite got a 4. He'll come back for 2 though. Amazi comes back for 2 off his first ball. Dananjaya's 3rd of the over, and it takes Afghanistan to 115 for 2 now. Amazi, not the best average there, 14, but hopefully who can do better as Akila with his 4th ball, and it's away for a single.
Yeah, Ismatullah, he's a proper rounder though. He's been very, very useful with the with the ball so far in this series. Not really lived up to it with the bat. Got a first baller last game when they're trying to chase quite a big total from Sri Lanka on what wasn't the easiest pitch. But managed to pick up a couple of wickets in each of the game, and I'm sure will want to try and end his tough spell with the bat today.
Quick single there from Dananjaya's 5th ball of the over from Gurbaz, puts Amazi on strike for Dananjaya's last ball of the over.
Yeah, I mean, as you can't forget as well, Amazi is obviously a very good player. Gujarat Titans have signed him for this year's IPL, where I'm sure they'll be hoping he can find a bit more form than he's been in so far.
And they take a single off the last ball of Akila Dananjaya's over. Great over there, taking the crucial wicket of Ibrahim Zadran. And it's been 15 balls since the last boundary. It's kind of turned in favour of Sri Lanka now.
Yeah, I think so. Those 2 big wickets have been absolutely crucial. If the Afghan openers were allowed to continue, then they really would have pressed on and could have put a massive total. But now it's maybe not looking 50-50, but Sri Lanka are right back in it. Ibrahim Zadran just 10 from 9 balls, not as aggressive as he wanted to be, and I'm sure Ismatullah Amazi will try to push on now. Ishaq is actually carded much lower down the order. Still got Mohammed Nabi, one of the most experienced T20 players in the whole world, to come in as well, and I'm sure lower order hitter he'll be looking to try and put on maybe some big scores alongside the rest of the Afghan middle order.
Yeah, Shanaka coming in for his 2nd over so far. Afghanistan forecast for 195 runs as Shanaka comes in for a 2nd over bowls, and it's away for a single for Amazi. Or will they come back for 2?
No, just a simple one.
Just a single.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka are really going to have to try and stay as tight in as they can on those singles. They're allowing a lot of 2s out to the boundary, which they really can't allow. It's the old saying, isn't it? It's either got to be 4 or 1. You can't be half and half. And they seem to be allowing a lot of 2s, which they really don't want to allow. As Afghanistan will be continuing to push on.
Shanaka's 2nd ball here at the wicket. Oh, it's heaved down the ground towards the bowler, and it's cut off at the boundary. Great fielding there, saves the 4 runs. They do come back for 2 though, so saves 2 runs, and Shanaka will be very pleased with that fielding. I'm not sure who it was in the field there, but it's a great bit of work cutting it off.
That was brilliant. I mean, it looked like a sure thing 4 there, but brilliant outstretched dive. I think that was from Samara Wickrama, who brilliant outstretched. Yeah, you can see it here. They're looking to see if it might be a 4, one-handed, left hand, and yeah, just managed to claw it back in from the long on boundary, and then Hasaranga managed to mop up and just keep it to 2 rather than the possible 4 it could have been.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there. Shanaka coming in for his 3rd ball now, up against Gurbaz, and Gurbaz away on the leg side. They come back for 2, and they'll come back comfortably. It's another good over so far for Shanaka. He's really stopping those boundaries, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's bowling really, really well, really, really dry at the moment. Very good line, I think, which has been very helpful, and slightly back of a length. He's not really missed out on it much, and when he has been punished, as we saw last ball, and luckily some brilliant fielding managed to stop the boundary and keep his figures a little bit more respectable.
Yeah. Yeah, Afghanistan just struggling to kick on now as Shanaka comes in for his 4th ball. Oh, and it's down the ground. Will this one go for 4? Oh, it's dropped. It's dropped in the field. I thought he had taken it there.
That's Samuel Wickrama yet again. That's so unfortunate. He made a brilliant stop just a couple of balls ago. Full out strength dive, straight behind the bowler. Couldn't quite get a hand on it. So I got a hand on it and just spilled it, I think, when he landed, unfortunately. It looked like Gurbaz got a lot more of it than he did there. But obviously didn't quite get enough on it. And toe end of the bat, just straight over the bowler's head. And full out stretch dive. No, he got a great hand on it. And couldn't quite hold it there, Samuel Wickrama. Which is a bit unfortunate, because that would have been yet again another crucial wicket that Sri Lanka really need to try and lull this Afghanistan side.
Here he comes for the 5th ball as Gurbaz pats it away for a single there. I mean, he's fortunate to still be at the crease, to be fair. Dropped catch there. We'll see how much Sri Lanka will regret that.
Absolutely.
That would have been a massive wicket.
That would have been the one. I mean, this Afghanistan side definitely looks a little bit weaker down in the middle order. The debutant we've already mentioned. Nabi's a very good batter, but other than him, I mean, Karim Janat hasn't really got the greatest record. Averages just 17 in T20I cricket, 115 strike rate.
Shanaka's last ball of the over here, and it's away for another single.
Oh no, could come back
for 2. They do come back for 2. Yeah, well done. It's another solid over for Shanaka. It's 21 balls since the last boundary. Sri Lanka have done really well here to cut off the aggression of Afghanistan and slow the runs down.
Yeah, I think that's been the key really. They've cut those boundaries off, and Gurbaz hasn't been anywhere as destructive. They've actually managed to keep him off strike as well, which I think has been quite crucial. The fact that he was so destructive and so aggressive early on, you can't really allow him to continue like that.
Yeah, I mean, Shanaka, his economy at 8, no other Sri Lanka bowler going below 10. So he's doing well. The slower balls working well for Sri Lanka.
And Patharana as well, going at 16s.
Dhananjaya is back into the attack, and it's away for no runs from Gurbaz. Dhananjaya has been probably the most dangerous bowler, picking up the 2 wickets so far. And Hasaranga's turned to him again to try and get Gurbaz out as he bowls the 2nd ball of the over. And it's away for a single. Gurbaz gets off strike, and Amazi is in.
Yeah, outside edge just into the covers there, and he managed to scamper through for a quick single. Dhananjaya has been fantastic. This is his final over though, so we're interesting to see where Hasaranga goes. Probably back to himself over the next few overs to try and get a few more wickets and try and contain this Afghanistan side.
Yeah, 3rd ball of the over now is hit away on the offside for another single from Amazai, and Gurbaz is back on strike. 130 for 2 now, Afghanistan, after 12 and a half overs. Going at a run rate of 10.4, slowed down a lot in the last few overs as Akila Dhananjaya comes in for his 4th ball, and it's away on the leg side from Gurbaz. Cut off at the boundary though. A good piece of fielding there. And yeah, I mean,
you can see Gurbaz has really tried to target the leg side where possible. Even when he's moving leg side of the ball, he's still looking to go over the top, over that leg side. There's one shot we've just seen where the ball was probably about a foot outside the off stump, waist high, and he manages to pull it. Even there, just then, he sweeps the ball from probably a yard or 2 outside the leg stump, outside the off stump, out to deep mid wicket.
I mean, that ball looks to be going wide, right? But he played it, and it's away for the single. Another single off Akila Dhananjaya. 26 balls now since the last boundary, and it's the last one of the over now, and it's away for another single fielded comfortably by Hasaranga. And Akila Dhananjaya is now done for the day. 2 for 37, his figures, as Toby, we're making a substitution now. Toby is coming out for William, the Welsh tones of William. Akila Dhananjaya, I mean, 2 crucial wickets for Akila Dhananjaya, Will, and he's out of the attack now, 2 for 37.
Yeah, look, he wasn't at his most economical today, going at just over 9 and over, but getting the 2 all-important wickets of Hazratullah Zazai and Ibrahim Zadran, which has just halted Afghanistan a little bit, not having scored a boundary now in around 4 overs. However, Afghanistan have still managed to rotate the strike well, which has meant that they've been able to keep up to a run rate of around 10 runs an over since that electric power play where they scored 72 for nothing.
Yeah, Hasaranga bringing himself into bowl now as Afghanistan are 134 for 2 after 13 overs. It's still a good start from Afghanistan. They're still in a good position, and first ball of the over, and it's away on the leg side from Amarzai, and he'll just come back for the single there. Gurbaz on strike now off Hasaranga's first ball of the over.
Yeah, he's just tried to lift that one, hasn't he? Over long on cow corner area, but he didn't quite get hold of it. But it dropped well short there of the long on fielder, which brings Gurbaz back on strike.
Yeah, Hasaranga's second ball now. Gurbaz facing, and he's away on the leg side, and it's gone for 6, I believe. Cameraman couldn't quite keep up with that. Great shot there from Gurbaz on the leg side. He's finally got his boundary after about 30 balls. It's 4, not 6, just short of the boundary.
He's picked it up so quickly, hasn't he? Got down on one knee, it was well outside the leg stump. Hasaranga trying to turn it back in there to Gurbaz's leg stump, but he's picked it up so quickly and managed to get it away.
Hasaranga for his third ball, and it's a quick single from Gurbaz. Will he come back for 2? No. Gurbaz, Amarzai says no, and Gurbaz stays on the bowler's end. Hasaranga, he's not had his best day so far. He's conceded 26 runs off 2.5 overs. He's had an amazing couple of games before this though, but he will be disappointed. See if he can get a breakthrough in the last 3 balls of this over as he comes in for his 4th against Amarzai, and it's away. Is it a boundary? I think he'll get cut off by the fielder, and just for the single brings Gurbaz back on strike.
Yeah, he didn't quite get hold of that, didn't he? Like Gurbaz had earlier on in the over. As you say, Hasaranga, he is such a destructive bowler when he's on song. But he's not quite hit the line of length that he'd like tonight.
Coming in for the 5th ball, and Gurbaz attacks it down the ground. Will it go for 6? It's coming short and it's taken in the field. Great catch. This one isn't dropped from Samara Wickrama. Great piece of fielding there from the fielder.
Yeah, there we are, the typical commentator's curse as Hasaranga finally gets that breakthrough that he's been screaming for. It was held back a little bit compared to previous deliveries, which brought Gurbaz down the wicket. Initially it looked as if it was going to go straight over that boundary for 6, but he did not quite get hold of that one, and it went higher than it did, longer. And as you say there, Samara Wickrama able to get underneath it and makes no mistake this time round.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be happy with actually dropped Gurbaz a few overs ago, so crucial wicket there of Gurbaz, 70 of 43. What an innings that is. Absolutely crucial opening partnership between him and Zazai. Has put Afghanistan in a great position, but they've been struggling the last few overs, and Gurbaz trying to force the initiative there and trying a bit too hard, really getting caught out in the field. Good piece of fielding.
Yeah, great piece of fielding. He's been quite lively down there, hasn't he, on the long on boundary, has Samara Wickrama. But I've got to say, Sri Lanka have brought this tie back into their favour with some really good spin bowling here in the middle overs. Hasaranga now picking up that wicket that he's been craving as he comes in.
Coming in for a 6th ball now, and it's just defended. Will they go for a single? Mohammed Nabi in now, gets a single off his first ball. I mean, Mohammed Nabi, he needs a good innings. He's kind of struggled, hasn't he, so far in these T20 games. He's not fared as well as he has in the ODIs, but he's a dangerous player.
Yeah, Mohammed Nabi, the veteran of the Afghanistani team, 39 years of age now, but still pulling the strings with both bat and ball. Recently, of course, just having passed the 2,000 run mark in T20 internationals, which is really quite the feat.
Yeah, as Hasaranga has brought Pathirana into the attack. He went for 16 runs off his first over. It's his 2nd over of the game so far. He's struggled so far. He'll be hoping that his 2nd over fares a little bit better than his first one. But he comes into it with Sri Lanka in a much better position as Sri Lanka in a much better position, as Afghanistan have slowed down their runs somewhat. And he's coming in for his first ball now. The baby Malinga, look at that form. Ooh, bit of confusion there for Mohammed Nabi on strike, but he comes in for the single. I mean, he looks like Paparana. He's a young guy, but that Malinga style, it's good to see, isn't it?
Oh, he's the baby Malinga, of course. He's not lacking pace either, isn't he? Straight back in there with a 91-mile-an-hour delivery. Yeah, he got punished in his first over, but Zazai and Gurbaz were going strong in the power play as he comes in for a second delivery.
Now, Amarzai facing, and it's no runs. Well bowled by Pathirama. 92 miles an hour. He's not slow. Very fast. Much different to the last few overs. So it'll be interesting to see how Amarzai fares up against them. 11 off 10 so far. It's been a slow innings from him. He'll need to get that run rate up if Afghanistan want to reach that 200 mark. As Pathirama comes in for his 3rd ball. Oh, it goes wide and it goes straight to the boundary. 4 runs, and Amarzai didn't even have to touch it.
Oh, it's wild from Patirana. No control this time round. And it's so far down the leg side. Gave his keeper absolutely no chance there, and it's absolutely raced to the boundary for 5 wides, which will go on to the Afghanistan score quite nicely.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that, will he? He's got to see how he can redeem himself on this 3rd ball now. Amarzai facing here, runs in, and that's a bit better, but Amarzai gets it away on the offside and they get a quick single from it.
Yeah, much more control there. He was met nicely from Amarzai there with the cover drive, but straight to the field. But yeah, Patirana, he looks like a young man who has plenty of potential in limited overs cricket, really getting it through there at a nice set of clicks.
Yeah, here he comes for his 4th ball up against Mohammed Nabi, the veteran, and it's got straight at the stumps, and it's just away for the 1st ball. A little bit slower there, 79 miles an hour from Pathirana, just mixing it up a little bit with the Yorker.
Yeah, he's got that slower delivery as well. He's shown that a couple of times so far in his 2 overs. Perhaps that's a skill that he's going to nurture over the next few years, and especially in preparation for the T20 World Cup this summer, whether he gets into that side or not. He looks like he really brings an X factor to the lineup. Oh,
Pathirama there with his 5th ball, a little bit high. I think that'll be a no ball.
Oh, he was a good bouncer though, wasn't it? Again, showing that pace, that raw pace that he has, and really troubling Amarzai there with quite a well-directed short delivery, and he wasn't able to get it away.
Yeah, Pathirama, definitely a little bit different to what we've seen before, but he looks promising for sure as he comes in for his 6th ball. Amarzai facing, and it's away on the offside, through the field, and away for 4. Well played, Amazai. Much needed boundary for him. Takes him to 16 off 13 and takes Afghanistan to 154 for free after 15 overs.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot there. He's taken a step outside the leg stump and he has just absolutely creamed it through the extra cover region, giving the fielders absolutely no chance. And the Dambulla crowd are in fine song here tonight, despite the score. With 5 overs of this Afghanistani innings left to go, I think they'll be targeting over the 200s mark, won't they?
They should be after that first start, yeah, they definitely should be aiming for 200. I mean, I think they could have pushed for maybe 220 after the first 10 overs that they had, but it's really slowed down in the last 5 as we see Hasaranga come in and bowl, and it's a single from Mohamed Nabi. Hasaranga now in for his 4th over. Was that a quick? Yeah, Mohamed Nabi came back for 2 there, getting those old legs moving. 4 off 4. He needs to get some boundaries, Mohamed Nabi, and they need to get the run rate up, Afghanistan, if they want to reach 200. Hasaranga, yeah, into his 4th over. This will be his last of the day. It's not been his best day so far, but let's see if he can get a wicket in his final over as Mohamed Nabi faces, and it's just tucked away there for a single.
Yeah, well flighted delivery from Hasaranga. He's not quite been at the races today, but I've got to say it is a good batting wicket. It's a wicket that does offer a little bit of spin for the bowlers, but I've got to say Afghanistan have really managed the spinners well in these middle overs and have really managed to rotate the strike nicely.
Hasaranga ready for his 3rd ball, and it's just away. They should come back for 2 here, Marzai, and they do comfortably. I think cameraman's not helping me out here, but yeah, Marzai gets up to 18 or 14, and Hasaranga 3 balls in. Good over so far from him. Slowed it down. He needs a wicket though. But Amarzai, he's not firing, he's really not firing. 18 or 14 so far, massively slowed down the Afghanistan innings as Hasaranga comes in for his 4th ball, and it's just tucked away there for the single again.
Yeah, this is much better from Hasaranga though. He's really controlling his length here at the moment and not giving the batsmen any options unless that they take an extreme risk here by slipping down the wicket perhaps.
Yeah, 6 off the over so far as he comes in for his 5th ball, and just beats the edge of Mohamed Nabi. A great ball from Hasaranga, just beats the edge.
Oh, it's a genuine leg spinner, isn't it, Michael? And wow, that's turned. It's the first one that I've seen really troubling the batsman. Hasaranga in fine form.
Coming in for a 6th ball, can he get that wicket? And Mohamed Nabi just away for the single again. Nabi is a lucky boy after that 5th ball of the over. A lovely ball from Hasaranga there, showing his class, conceding just 7 runs off that over, his last of the day, and he finishes on 1 for 35 figures.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, maybe it wasn't that bad of a spell, because as we can see here at the moment, Afghanistan are probably going to push on here for the 200, 210 total. So going at 9 and over, perhaps, you know, that is the type of wicket that it is this evening here in Dambulla. Yeah,
definitely. Be interested to see who he brings back into the attack. He's still got Patharana with 2, Angelo Matthews with 2, and Tushura with 2 overs. 4 overs left. He's got a split in between them. He goes for Patharana. The baby Malinga again. He's been expensive so far. 27 runs off his 2 overs. He comes in bowling against Nabi, and Nabi cuts it away on the offside. Will they come back for 2? No, just a single from Mohamed Nabi there. And these 2 on strike, they need to get the boundaries going. I've been saying it for a while, but they're on 162 for free after 16.1 overs. And they really need to get going here in the last few of their innings.
Yeah, look, the platform has been set though. They've got 4 overs to go here, 7 wickets in hand, so they really have got license here to swing for the cows here, honestly.
Yeah, as Patharana comes in for a 2nd ball. Oh, and he does swing and a miss from Amarzai. Poor shot there from Amarzai. He just went for it. If that was at the wickets, he'd have been in trouble. Patharana Now, good over so far from him, and Amarzai continues to struggle. It feels like a wicket waiting to happen, to be honest.
Oh, he had a big swing there, didn't he? Nowhere near the ball at all. Let's see if Paterana can make him pay here.
Yeah, third ball of the over here, coming in, bowls him straight at the wickets. It's up in the air on the leg side from Amarzai. Will it be taken? No, drops just short of the fielder, and they should come back for 2. Yeah, another. I mean, they're going for it now, aren't they?
Just tried a KP Flamingo-esque flick there, but he really hasn't got any of it, as we're just looking at Paterana's pace here this series. Fastest delivery is up at 152 kilometers per hour, which is around about the 93, 94 mile an hour mark. He's not lacking in pace.
Yeah, serious pace as he comes in to bowl his 4th of the over up against Amarzai. Straight at the stumps is away on the offside from Amarzai. Will it go for a boundary? Yes, it will. Good shot from Amarzai. He needed that. Another boundary for him. Takes him to 25 off 17 balls.
Yeah, it was angled in at the stumps there, but Amarzai cleverly just timing this one, taking a step outside the leg stump, really opening up the cover region there, and wow, absolutely crunched it to the boundary. It was there in no time whatsoever.
Yeah, good shot through the fielders there. Takes Pathurama near 0 for 34 off 2.4 overs. This over hasn't been as bad, 7 off it so far with 2 to go, as he comes in and bowls his 5th of the over, and it's away on the offside for a single from Amarzai.
Yeah, better length that time from Paterana. He's just not quite had the consistency required so far to keep the score down. But this has been a better over from him in all fairness. Just the one boundary coming off it, 8 runs going into the last ball of the over. But yeah, he's got real potential as the young man.
Yeah, coming in here for his 6th of the over. Mohammed Nabi facing. Mohammed Nabi cuts it away on the leg side. Should come back for 2. Oh, it's on his field. Could they come back for 3 here? They do. Oh no, it's just 2. It's just 2. Takes Mohammed Nabi to 9 from 9 balls. A slow start to the old man's innings, and I'm going to leave you in the hands of Aayush now to take you to the end of Afghanistan's innings.
Yeah, so it's 171 for 3 runs here for Afghanistan, who got off to a lightning quick start, 72 runs off the power play, and from then on, they've just kept the scoreboard ticking over. Yes, the Sri Lankan bowlers have done well and they've restricted the boundaries from the Afghanistani batsmen, but Afghanistan's middle order have really succeeded in rotating the strike well, making sure that there was plenty of 2s on offer, and really keeping that scoreboard ticking over, and it leaves them in a really promising position here, doesn't it, with 3 overs left to play.
Absolutely. And now Nuwan Tushara. I'm guessing he'll bowl 2 of these last 3 with Paterana still to bowl 1 more. And as you rightly say, it's been a riveting contest there, Will, as Nuwan Tushara gets us into the final 3 overs. This is really the phase where can be make or break for both teams, could be match defining in ways. If Afghanistan don't get going in these last 3 overs where you really want to pile on the runs.
Yeah, Tushara's first 2 overs coming in the power play as he comes in.
Tushara, it's a good shot from Omarzai. Brilliant shot from backward point. He just made room for himself, saw the open gap and just placed the ball there. That was fantastic. Very good. Good game awareness, good awareness of where the field is from Omarzai, and another boundary added to Afghanistan's total.
Yeah, he's taken a step outside the leg stump there. It was actually on middle stump. It wasn't a bad delivery whatsoever, but he's opened up the offside region and he's cut it for 4. Great start to the 18th over.
Yeah, well, how important do you think Mohammed Nabi is going to be now with 17 deliveries to go? We all know how good he is in these death overs, right?
Yeah, he's an absolutely electrifying batsman when he's at his best. But Omarzai looks as if he's in fine song here too.
Tushara coming in. Oh, look, good slower delivery, good change of pace from Tushara. And Omarzai again looking for a similar shot, trying to cut it through that point region. but this time the pace doesn't, or I should say the lack of pace doesn't, as he cannot. And it's a valuable dot ball for Sri Lanka at this
Yeah,
stage.
he's just rolled his fingers over the ball. There's Tushara, quite clever. Omarzai looking again at that point region, but this time unable to get any bat on it. He was completely fooled there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
The pace and trajectory of the ball.
Now Tushara coming in for the third delivery of this over. Again, a good delivery, this time quick and in the block hole, not giving the batter too much room to free his arms as well. Yeah, it can be a bit of a risky delivery at this stage, but bowlers have to back themselves to bowl, try and go for those Yorkers. A single on this occasion down the ground, and Mohammad Nabi, who's not yet, looked like himself, his explosive self at the death on strike.
Plenty of time to go yet, however, Tushara comes in for his fourth delivery.
This time, and just as I say that, Mohammad Nabi has smacked one down the ground for 4. Again, Tushara, the bowler, going for a similar delivery that you saw on the last ball, but this time can't get his length that right. This ended up being in the slot for Mohammad Nabi, who smacked it down the ground.
Oh, he's eyed that one up straight out of his hand as Nabi, and he's absolutely crunched him down the ground, leaving the long on and long off fielders absolutely no chance there. That's more like the Nabi that we've learned to love over the last decade or so.
Absolutely, what a play, and he's getting set for the 5th delivery. This time, much better Yorker, but Nabi somehow manages to just get that delivery away off the fine leg. Again, we see a misfield from the Sri Lankans, and Nabi comes back for 2. Well, these misfields, especially in this format of the game, can prove to be very, very costly at the end of things.
Yeah, this time it's Angelo Matthews there at a wide-ish fine leg, and he's almost comically let it go through his legs. Thankfully, he did slow up the pace of the ball so it didn't make it to the boundary, but yeah, these fielding mistakes are really adding up.
Not the fastest anymore, Angelo Matthews in the field. Good delivery, a fantastic delivery this time from Tushara, not letting Mohammad Nabi get it away. Again, very identical to the previous delivery. This time Nabi, because of I think the extra pace it looked like on that one, not able to get it away. So valuable dot ball to end the over, and with just 2 overs to go, Afghanistan 182 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good over there, to be honest, from Tushara. Bowling a nice length, not allowing the batsman to really get on top of him, despite a very good shot to open the over there. But I thought he pulled it back nicely. Only 7 runs off the next 5 deliveries, and you can't ask for much more at this point of the innings. Quite happy with 10 runs coming off and over, but Afghanistan will really be targeting Patiran as he comes in for his final over. He's gone for 37 so far from his first 3, but he'll be hoping that he's able to pull back some valuable runs here.
And Patirana, he's got him. Patirana there with that slingy action again, going wide of the crease, and it was, to be fair, in the slot for Omarzai, but he's hit straight to Kusal Pereira at backward point, and Sri Lanka have their 4th wicket.
Yeah, I think it's the pace that's really beaten him there. Again, over 90 miles an hour, about 91.5 miles an hour, and I think that's what's beaten him. He did get a good portion of bat on it, but it's more or less sliced there to backward point, and it's a well taken catch just to his left, but it leaves Afghanistan with 11 deliveries left, and Omarzai, the set batsman, has gone for 31 of 23 deliveries.
That's a good innings from Omarzai there. Quick fire, 31 runs. But Patirana must be a relieved man right now, getting his first wicket of the day. And this is the time that he really, this is the stage of the match he really specialises in, right?
Yeah, and you know what, he deserves it. He's run into the crease hard today, and I really like him as a bowler. He's set it down at over 90, just about from the first delivery of the day. And yeah, you know what? perhaps his consistency isn't quite up there with, a real top international limited overs bowler as of yet, but he has got that raw pace which can really trouble any batsman in world cricket.
Absolutely, and Pathirana will now look to get at least another wicket as Kareem Jannat walks to the crease.
Yeah, Jannat now on strike.
Oh, fantastic Yorker again, and he's got 2 and 2. Matisha Pathirana with his trademark celebration there. We've seen him do it a lot in the IPL as well last year on the way to CSK, a title-winning campaign with CSK. And again, shades of Lasat Malinga there in his bowling, coming in with that slingy action. Fantastic pinpoint Yorker, and he's got Kareem Jannat off the first delivery.
And Jannat's going to have to make the long walk back to the dugout. He was barely out there in the middle. And Pathirana has told him where to go. Absolutely scintillating bowling there. Whoa, he's knocked him over. It's just come off his pads. Jannat's looking to flick that onto the leg side, but he was never there to be hit. And it's an absolute pinpoint Yorker, as you mentioned there, Aayush. 2 and 2 for Pathirana, and now he'll be looking for a hat-trick.
It's always special, isn't it, for a bowler to be in that situation, and if he can get the hat-trick. Yeah, Pathirana, we saw him with CSK as well last season, really, really impressive. It's just, he can go for runs, as you spoke about earlier, his consistency, but when he bowls that way at the death and gets wickets, I think that's really valuable for a captain.
Yeah, and he's taken most wickets this series, to no surprise. 4 there in the first T20 as he took 4 for 24 in a man of the match performance. And again today, perhaps he's gone for a few runs, but he's been real on the dot so far in his final over, in this 19th over, and slowly but surely he is bringing the tide back for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's just, again coming in, I think he's missed his hat-trick, as the last delivery was just, again, not really in the block hole. But this time, Pathirana comes back for 4th delivery of the over, and a bit slower on this occasion. Not too slow, I would say, but the batter has just hit it through the covers for a single. Pathirana's, I like his variations as well, isn't it? He missed his hat-trick there. It was a very close call. I think we just missed that delivery over there on the stream, but he's bowling so well. Just a couple of runs, just 5 runs so far of the over, just 1 for him because the hat-trick ball had gone for 4 leg byes. Oh, another wide there. Oh, he's missed his line badly there, and it looks like the fielder has just cut it in, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a check on that one.
Oh, we've seen that already, haven't we? Just that wild swing down the leg side, and it's again beaten the keeper. But he did manage to get a little glove on it, didn't he? And it's going to go upstairs. They're going to give it a check to make sure that it didn't touch the boundary rope. I think he just managed to keep it in there. Mohammad Ishaq in now for his T20 debut. It's nice to see him out there in the middle, isn't it?
It's really good, and what an opportunity for him coming in, a couple of overs to go, a chance to make an immediate impact as he now faces Pathirana, who's just lost his line a little bit after those 2 wickets of the first 2 deliveries of the over, with 2 to go in this over. Again, he comes back with another brilliant Yorker. Ishaq, understandably not able to get him away, taking time to read Pathirana, who's, for a new batter who's not faced him before, as you know Ishaq hasn't, since it's his T20 debut, can take time to get used to Pathirana. But with 1 over to go, 1 delivery I should say to go in the penultimate over, Afghanistan 192 for 5, and more importantly, Mohammad Nabi on strike.
Yeah, let's see what Mohammad Nabi can do here off Pathirana's final delivery of the over.
It's been 9 runs of this over so far. Oh, another good one. There's the variation of Matisha Pathirana coming in there. Slower one. It's 131 Ks, but that's really slow for Patirana, who's been cranking it up to 145, 150 even in this game today. Good end to the over. I'm sure Patirana will take that, a couple of wickets, and yeah, 9 runs. He could have liked a few more, but he'll take that.
Yeah, look, he's done well there. He's taken a couple of important wickets again, but more importantly, at this point of the innings, 2 dot balls, and just 10 coming from that 19th over, which leaves Afghanistan at 192 runs for 5. They'll be hoping for a more productive final over to what has been a really good innings for Afghanistan, and they will most certainly be setting Sri Lanka a score over the 200 mark here.
Yeah, if they can go over 200 now in this final over, they'll see it as a big success. And Nuwan Tushara coming in for the final over of the innings and his final over of the day as well. He's gone 31 in his 3 overs, hasn't got a wicket, been expensive, as on this really good wicket, most of the bowlers have been.
Yeah, bowled the first 2 overs during the power play, went for 10 runs each in those, and I was come back on here at the end. Tushara coming in for the first delivery of the final over. Oh, and it's wide again.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka have really been a little sloppy in my opinion with all these extras. 21 extras they've bowled now, and you know, that can really cost a team, especially in this 20 over format.
That's a sin, especially in T20 cricket. 21 extras. I mean, the captain's not going to be happy with that. The bowling coach is going to be, I mean, even more peeved at something like that. I'm sure the bowlers are going to listen to something when they go back in, as Tushara comes in to restart the over. Oh, good delivery there, Yorker, as Ishaq tried to make room for himself, but Tushara with a good Yorker, not letting him get away with it and not allowing him to use the pace on that occasion as well, as they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, that's much better from Tushara, right there in the block hole. No chance of getting that away, even with Ishaq moving over onto the leg side. But it does bring Nabi back on strike. Nabi not quite being at the races here today, 15 off 13 deliveries that he'll be hoping to finish off this Afghanistani innings in some style.
Tushara comes in again. I think Nabi would be a bit annoyed at himself for not getting more over there. Again, decent delivery with Tushara. Nabi making room for himself and the bowler following him. There you can see Nabi not happy. He wanted more. Of course, at this stage you'd want more, but he's not got on with it like he usually does as well. Another single, and yeah, after that, wide of the first ball, I'd still say a good start for Tushara for the final over of the innings.
Yeah, again, it's one of those deliveries that's just really hard to hit to the boundary, even at this late point in the innings as the Ishaq lines up for the 3rd ball of the over.
Oh, again a good Yorker, but Ishaq, the debutant, he's just put the ball away, placed the ball away really nicely through fine leg, but again, because they couldn't really get it away, just 2 runs for them. And anything that's not a boundary, Sri Lanka's going to take very happily with open arms at the moment.
Yeah, good use of the wrists as we see he almost nutmegged himself with that shot, which was cut off at the boundary. They do come through for 2 runs though. Afghanistan now onto 197 runs, 3 deliveries left to get over that 200 mark.
5 of the first 3 deliveries of this over, as Nuwan Tushara winds up. Another brilliant Yorker, another very good Yorker, following the batter again as they're trying to come back for 2 and they get back safe. A wild throw I should say, from the fielder at long off, and Nuwan Tushara is not happy with the fielder, very rightly so, because you're going to want to save every run at this stage of the innings. Yeah, Mohammad Nabi not the quickest at this age as well, but still could manage it back for 2, courtesy of the throw.
And I don't think his keeper, Kusal Mendes, is going to be too happy with that throw either. Looks like he hit him there on the ankle, wild throw in, and Afghanistan do profit there by really pushing the fielders at this late point of the innings for 2 runs.
On the cusp of 200 now, Afghanistan 199 with 2 deliveries to go, as Ishak gets set to face Tushar. Oh, lovely shot. There's the T20 batter, and he's headed for 6. Brilliant moment for Ishak, who's in his first boundary of his T20 international career. Brilliant shot again. 200 up for Afghanistan with that 6 over fine leg. Again, Tushara trying for another Yorker, but missing his line entirely. And that's gone for a bad full toss, missing his length on that occasion as well. And Ishak, who's on his T20 debut, just like a very experienced batter, has just paddled that over fine leg for 6 runs.
Oh, he's made such an early movement there. I think it's put Tushara off just a little bit. And he's got down on one knee and he has absolutely creamed it over the keeper's head. 6 runs, and Afghanistan have now passed the 200 mark.
205 for 5 with the final delivery of this innings coming up. Nuwan Tushara. Oh, this time again. Oh, and this time Nuwan Tushara changes his line a little bit, goes outside the off stump, trying to kind of confuse the batter. But Ishak takes a wild swipe at it, and that's what you would expect at this point of the innings. 4 runs down to third man as Afghanistan finish on 209 for 5 of their 20 overs. Fantastic effort, Will.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Ishak has done really well there in the final over. A nice little cameo of 16 of 8 deliveries, and it's really pushed that Afghanistan score to where it probably deserves to be. Sri Lanka now requiring 210 runs from their innings, and you know what, that was just a real good first innings from Afghanistan. It started off well with Hazratullah and Gurbaz really firing off the mark, 72 runs off the power play, and it took until the 9th over for Sri Lanka to get their first wickets as Dhananjaya dismissed Hazratullah for 45. But Gurbaz continued on his merry way. He scored 70 of 43 deliveries. But yeah, Afghanistan will be pleased there. Sri Lanka managed to pull it back a little bit over the middle overs, but what Afghanistan did really well was continue to rotate the strike, and that allowed them, with plenty of wickets in hand, to really go all gung-ho in the final few overs there, and they'll be very pleased with the score that they have on the board.
Very, very pleased. And as the players take a break, Will take a short break as well. He'll join us soon, and I'll be joined by Michael for now.
Hello, good to be back. What an innings that was.
Fantastic innings, wasn't it? What do you make of this? I think scored enough to get them the victory, but do you think Sri Lanka's chasing this down?
Well, it's the highest score of the series so far. 209 for 5. Seriously strong stuff from Afghanistan. It's hard to see Sri Lanka beating that, to be honest. I mean, it'll be an exciting second innings, that's for sure. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be interesting.
It will be. And top score of 70 of 43 deliveries from Rahmanullah Gurbaz for Afghanistan in this innings. And I mean, he struck at 162, but just had 1 6 in that innings, along with 7 boundaries. Shows his, all-rounded style to the game. And if you see, I mean, just 34 runs in boundaries coming off that 70, still managed to strike at 162. Fantastic innings, ever.
Yeah, fantastic innings for a fantastic player. 22 years old, and he just continues to do really well. I mean, he has struggled so far in this T20 series, but I mean, yeah, what an innings, 70 or 40. That opening partnership between him and Zazai, massive. Zazai, 45 of 22, it's insane. Like, he played so well in that power play. All the Sri Lanka bowlers really struggling. And yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's hard to see Sri Lanka coming back and beating that 210. They need some big innings there from the likes of, Nisanka, Mendis, and also all the debutants coming on, like Kusal, not debutants, but people coming in who haven't played so far in the series, like Kusal Pereira. And yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Angela Matthews gets into bat. He was man of the match in the last game. 22 off 9 balls, I believe he got. 42 off 22, sorry. So yeah, we need some of those heroics from the likes of him and Hasaranga in particular.
I'm glad you mentioned the changes there, Michael, because just to kind of reiterate, Sri Lanka have made 4 changes in this game. with Kusal Pereira coming in for Dhananjay De Silva, Kamindu Mendes, another batting all-rounder, coming in for Charita Sri Lanka, the left-handed batter. And as we saw, Akila Dhananjay and Nuwan Tushara coming into the game with their bowling for Mahesh Theekshana and Dinura Fernando. But the bowlers have now done their job. Michael, what are we expecting from Kusal Pereira and Kamindu Mendes? First of all, they're going to need to smack from the get-go as well. They're going to have to pile on the runs. We saw Afghanistan had a very successful power play with 72 runs of their 6 overs. With Sri Lanka, Nisanka and Kusal Mendes will be starting on. But Kusal Pereira, who we've seen in the past play some really important innings for Sri Lanka over the course of his career, what do you expect from him today?
I mean, is he going to open?
No, he'll come down at 3.
3, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they needs to go above 100 strike rate, that's for sure. I mean, we saw Mohammed Nabi there just slowed down the innings so much because he didn't go at, I mean, he just about went at about 100 strike rate. But they need those opening batters in that power play to just smack it away every ball. If they're going to get to 210, which is a tough score to get to. I mean, I think Kusal Mendes needs to have a big innings. He's done okay so far in the series, 10 off 8 in the first innings and 23 off 14 standout innings so far. And Nisanka as well, similar, 6 off 4 in the first innings, then 25 off 11 in the second. And yeah, like you said, Kusal Pereira, he's unproven in the series so far. Not seen much of him, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, they need something big from him, that's for sure.
They absolutely do. And another guy that we will be talking about is Angelo Matthews. The experienced, ever so valuable for the Sri Lankan side. His bowling wasn't quite up to the mark today, as it was in the previous game, but he take a lot of confidence from a very quick fire 40-45 out from the previous game that he played to help Sri Lanka post a big total. And it's going to be even more important that he plays a similar innings if it comes down to the wire in this one, with Sri Lanka chasing 210. Do you think Matthews looks primed to get the hosts over the line today?
Maybe. He didn't have his best day bowling, did he? I mean, when he opened the bowling, he got smacked about a bit by that opening partnership of Zazai and Gurbaz. But I mean, arguably his batting's more important than his bowling for the Sri Lanka side. I'm not sure where he'll come in the batting order. Maybe 6 around there. So you won't even see him back if it all goes to plan for Sri Lanka. But yeah, if we do, he'll come in that middle order. Maybe when Sri Lanka need to get that strike rate going, start hitting some boundaries. Like we saw with Afghanistan in their innings, it slowed down massively after that, about the 8th over to about the 15th over. Their run rate just decreased massively because of that middle order couldn't push on from what the opening partnership did, and that's just crucial. So you need the likes of Hasaranga and Matthews in that middle order to step up and just Liam Livingston style, just get the bat, start absolutely smacking it about.
Yeah, and the skipper's going to come in to play as well, as you mentioned, Wanindu Hasaranga. He did well with the ball. Of course, when Wanindu Hasaranga bowls, you just expect him to get more wickets and to just be the star of the day. He did bowl decently, I would say, on a wicket where more than 200 runs have been scored. He went at 8.8 in overs, got 1 wicket for 35 in his 4. Not a bad day from him, but it could just be a brilliant day if he comes and does the job with the bat. And we know he can do that job.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so good this series. 67 off 32 in that first innings. Basically won the game for Sri Lanka. And obviously they've gone on to win the series since then. 22 off 9 in the last game as well. He's such a powerful batter. He'll hit the boundaries, 6s. So yeah, I mean, he's absolutely crucial to the Sri Lanka side. I mean, we saw them in the World Cup really struggle, and it was because they didn't have Hasaranga in there. Arguably, they didn't have that captain, and yeah, I mean, didn't have his best day bowling figures wise, but I think when he did come in and he took the pace off a bit, it did take the pressure off those pace bowlers, and we saw them when they come back in far better numbers. The likes of Pathiarana took 2 wickets at the end there. It just takes the pressure off, and he's such a crucial player, and I'm sure he'll be crucial in this innings as well for Sri Lanka.
and Sri Lanka would be a bit more encouraged by the fact that Afghanistan are missing some of their key bowlers in this match. Of course, with the series done and dusted, it's understandably that even Afghanistan would want to try out some of the more inexperienced guys in the team, as we see Gulbadin, Naib, Naveen ul Haq and Fazal Farooqi all dropping to the bench in this game, three of their most experienced and most valuable bowlers. And coming in are Sharafuddin, Fareed Ahmed and Wafadar Momad. There's a lot of inexperience there, and yeah, I mean, Afghanistan are looking for their first and only win of this entire tour, right? They lost the test, they were whitewashed in the ODIs, and you think they want to stick to a stronger team to avoid a complete embarrassment of going home without a win on this tour. But like I mentioned earlier, you do want to try these youngsters going into the biggest tournament of the year in, I think, just 4 months' time from now.
Yeah, I think there is an element of that, but you also want to have your settled side. I mean, they've only got, I think, 3 matches before the T20 World Cup, so they should really have. They shouldn't be making too many changes, I think, because you want to have the settled 11 going into the tournament. Will be interesting to see how the young guys do. Don't know too much about them because they haven't been playing too much. But yeah, I think this innings is up. It's about the leaders. It's about the leaders stepping up and smacking the ball about. Not putting too much pressure on the young guys coming in for Sri Lanka.
Right. Thank you so much, Michael, for joining us, as Will now take things over.
Hello, Will.
Oh, we've had a fantastic afternoon of entertainment so far, haven't we? It's been a real positive first innings from Afghanistan, and now we're going to be able to see what Sri Lanka are going to do in response.
Yeah, Sri Lanka coming in now. We can see the opening partnership, Nissanka and Mendes out to bat. Target 210. It's not going to be easy, is it, Will?
No, and the countdown is going. We're 3 seconds away as Kusal Mendes is going to line up here against Wafdar Momand for the first ball of the second innings. 210 is that required total, just to remind you. I'm sorry, it's Nissanka here actually going to face the first delivery as Wafdar comes in, right arm over, and it's flicked off his pads for 4.
Yeah, what a start there from Nissanka. Couldn't have started much better. Flicked off the pads on the leg side. A little bit of a wayward ball from Wafadar, maybe. It's quite an easy shot for Nissanka, get him off the mark, but he's played it well there, to be fair.
Oh God, you'd love that, wouldn't you, as an opening batsman? It's just drifted onto the leg side there, and he's made the most of it, and he's got Sri Lanka off to an absolute flyer of a starter, exactly the way they would have wanted to start this second innings. They had packed out Dambulla. Oh, they look like they're enjoying themselves out there, and it's great to see a full stadium.
Yeah, I mean, they need to start fast, don't they, if they're going to get 210. They need to replicate that opening partnership that Afghanistan had.
Yeah, just to remind you, 72-0 Afghanistan. As Wafdar comes in here, and it's a nicer delivery. And no run.
That's a bit better, isn't it, from Wafadar in his second ball. Nissanka couldn't get nothing off it. And yeah, a little bit better than his first ball, which was a bit wayward on that leg side.
Yeah, that was much better from him. Just angling in a little bit there to the leg stump. First one went a little too far that way, but that was a much more well-controlled delivery as he now comes in for the third delivery of this first over. And Nissanka not quite able to get on top of that one, and again, it's no run.
Yeah, I mean, Afghanistan hit 13 off their first over. Sri Lanka struggling to replicate that here. I mean, just 4 off it so far off the 3 balls. Nissanka, I think he's more of a longer format player than a T20, and we can kind of see that from the way he plays it. He's not that explosive. He's a more controlled player, so I don't think we'll be seeing too many massive sixes from him. But definitely a good player to watch. in this innings.
And here's the fourth delivery. Well, and it's just squeezed past the mid-wicket fielder there, and it's another boundary for Nisanka. 4 runs, but perhaps not the most definitive strike there off the ball.
Yeah, second 4 of the over for Nisanka. Just clubs it away there on the leg side. It's a nice height for him. It's about, just above waist height, and he's just clubbed it away on the leg side. Straight out there for 4. Good shot, takes him for 8 for nothing after 4 balls.
Yeah, Sri Lanka really want to score quite heavily here in the power play, much in the same style that Afghanistan did, as Wafdar runs in here for the 5th delivery. Some pace off it, but and it's a good hand there from the point fielder, and it perhaps stops the ball heading out to the boundary, which brings Kusal Mendes on strike. Now here is an attacking batsman if I've ever seen one. This is his 61st T20 international, and he strikes at 133. Not quite had the series that he was hoping for so far, with 33 runs from the first 2 T20s, but he'll really be hoping today to get on top of these Afghanistani bowlers from the off.
Yeah, I mean, he was captain in the ODI World Cup towards the end of the group stage. He kind of took over as Wafdar comes in here for his 6th ball.
And it's a straight delivery. Kusal Mendes just dabs it out to mid-on, and that brings the first over to an end. 9 off it. Good start from Sri Lanka, just what they probably were hoping for. And yeah, they'll be hoping to really push on now in the next few overs of this power play to really set a good platform for the rest of the innings.
Yes, good start from Sri Lanka, 9 off for this first over. I mean, Kusal Mendes is on strike now. I know he's not, sorry, Nisanka's on strike. I think they wanted Kusal Mendes on strike because he's the big 6 hitter of the 2 opening batters. As Marzai coming in to bowl the second over now. Did pretty well with the bat in the first innings. Went a bit slowly, slowed down the innings a little bit, but he's coming in to bowl here in Afghanistan's second over.
Yeah, right arm over the wickets, in comes Omarzai, and it's a nice first delivery, just angling away from the batsman a little bit. Nisanka dabbing that one out to cover, and it's no run.
Yeah, just building themselves into it, Sri Lanka here, easing themselves in. They're going to need to explode at some point though if they're going to reach that 210 run mark.
So there we are, no runs off the first ball. Nisanka stays on strike here for the second delivery as Omarzai runs in, and that's again good bowling from the youngster.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nisanka with the single puts Kusal Mendes on strike now. Just took a bit of pace off of there at Marzai, I think. Nisanka struggled to get a good connection on it in the offside. Yeah, it's a messy shot, that. Really messy shot. It feels like he's trying a little bit too hard. I didn't even come back for the single. Nisanka's still on strike here.
Nisanka's still on strike, and it's an absolute beauty of a delivery from Omarzai. He's just getting a hint to swing here, just enough to cause some trouble for the opener, and that one has just narrowly missed the outside edge of Nisanka. He took a little bit of pace off the ball there as well, which perhaps caused him some trouble. But yeah, you'll feel unfortunate there that he didn't just nick an edge off him.
Yeah, Nisanka's not enjoyed these first 3 balls from Omarzai. As Marzai hits his... it goes for 4. Nisanka has gone for 4 in the 4th ball of the over. Good shot.
Well, that was just too straight, not the right length, and Nisanka's made the most of it, turning that one off his hips, and it's absolutely flown away to the boundary for the 3rd 4 of the innings, and he really just helped that one on its way. Not a very good ball at all.
Yeah, he didn't have to do too much there, did he? Just flicked it off the pads. Well, not off the pads, a bit higher than that, but it's a nice shot from Nisanka. Brings up his 3rd 4 of the game so far.
13 for nothing here off 1.4 overs, as Nisanka comes down the wicket but is unable to get a nice connection, and again there's no, well, they did come through for a quick one there, which brings Kusal Mendes back on strike. Only faced the one ball so far, Nissanka having faced 10 for his 14 runs.
Yeah, be interested to see how Mendes does here on Mars. I'd like to see him get a single so he can be on strike in the next over, because Nissanka's kind of struggled to get going so far. Yes, he's gone 14 off 10, but he's not played it too well as Marzo comes in here.
For his last delivery of the over, again, a nice delivery, just as Kusal Mendes there, just playing it off his hips, and he does come through for that single. 6 off the Omarzai's first over there, and I think he'd be quite pleased with that first over. He really showed some nice control, and Sri Lanka are 15 for nothing after 2.
Yeah, good over there from Marzai. As Toby coming in now. Toby's making a return to
Back
the
in.
commentary. What are you doing?
I've been helping a little bit more with our live news day. Sports Gazette, in case you guys, our viewers don't realise, we've got a live news day going on. There's some bulletins going out, doing a little bit of record. We were talking about the breaking news, the breaking story we had earlier, where Monty Panesar was commenting on Ian Botham and what was going on, as Wafada comes in, outside off, and prodded to backward point. Yeah, there's been a whole coverage today of so many different sports, specifically focused on LGBTQIA plus History Month, and the focus on that. But yeah, what have I missed then, Michael? Have a little summary for us.
Well, since you've been gone, what was that, 15 overs into Afghanistan's innings? I mean, they slowed down a bit, but they got to 209, Sri Lanka chasing 210 right now. Started off a little bit slowly as Wafadar comes in for a second ball of the over. But yeah, Afghanistan started pretty well here. Kusal Mendes and Nissanka struggling to get going. Amarzai in particular, a good second over, and Wafadar has, after a loose first ball, loose opener, he's improved in the last few, and yeah, only conceded 10 runs from his 8 balls. It's going pretty well so far for Afghanistan.
Yeah, they got off to an absolute fly, and that's really what set them off on great stead to reach the 209 that they got. And it's making it really, really hard, probably, for the Sri Lankan side. They're going to have to chase really, really well. As back of the leg ball carved through the offside, brilliant shot there from Nissanka. Absolutely got on top of that, outside the off stump, and punished through the covers there. 85 mile an hour, that wasn't anywhere near too quick, and the faster it comes, the faster it goes. What a shot that was.
Yeah, a lovely shot there from Nissanka. Another 4 for him. It's 4th of the innings. No 6s so far, but he's not that kind of player, I don't think. He's really controlled. It's a lovely shot on the offside there off Wafadar, who is now considered 14 runs from his 1.5 overs. But yeah, Nissanka's starting to get moving now, 18 off 11.
Yeah, he's batting really nicely. Straight down the line. Oh, leading edge, just straight over the bowler's head. Scamper through for a single. Must have been a bit of pace off. Yeah, 64 mile an hour there from Wadafar. And yeah, that was really nice. Little off cutter, I think it was. Just stopped in that picture fraction. And yeah, leading edge from Nissanka, just straight over his head, and they managed to scamper through for a single. A little bit there in the pitch, evidently still. And yeah, Nissanka will be hoping to try and find a bit of form. He was brilliant in the one-day series just before this. Scored a double 100 in the first game. First Sri Lankan double 100 ever, I think, in ODI cricket. And as he nudges one into the leg side just for a single. Brilliant fielding from the Afghans. Really, really aggressive. That's what Sri Lanka were really lacking early on, and particularly in their bowling innings, their fielding innings. And yeah, Nissanka looking to keep going, moving onto 19 right now.
Yes, it's a decent start from Nissanka. He's going to need Kusal Mendes to join him soon. But he hasn't faced much. Nissanka's been hogging the crease a little bit, facing 12 out of 17 balls so far.
Punished through the offside again, brilliant shot, too short from Wafadar, and Nissanka gets on top of it, moves to 23 with a gorgeous shot through the offside. Same again as a couple of balls ago, just got on top of one too short and just put it away.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot on the offside there, meets the length, sees it onto his bat and cuts through the fielders there and gets to the boundary. His 5th for the game so far. He's going well so far, Nissanka. 26 off 3 for Sri Lanka, no wickets lost. And yeah, good start. Good start for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Afghanistani side had a slightly better start, but it's not bad by any stretch from Sri Lanka. They're really just going to need to bat deep. They've got a strong middle order, which the Afghanistan side don't have. So I'm sure they reckon they'll be able to catch up later on in the innings if they need to. But wickets is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think that middle order is so important. Hasarangam, Angelo Matthews, they need, because Afghanistan's middle order slowed it down massively. They need, Sri Lanka's need to.
That's a brilliant shot there. No one out on the leg side boundary and just carved away.
Where are the fielders?
Yeah,
No fielders anywhere.
Farid Ahmad on for his first ball, goes for 4 straight away. Slightly too short and pulled off the hip there from Kusal Mendes, I think that is.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes there hitting his first boundary of the day. Nicely done. Seems like a massive gap in the field. Oh no, it was a misfield. Misfield there from
Noor Ahmed,
19-year-old. He'll be disappointed with that. And it gifts Kusal Mendes his first boundary of the day.
Yeah.
Takes Sri Lanka to 30 for nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool there from Noor Ahmed. He got all the way there and just helped it over the ropes in the end. Ahmed again. Oh, in the slight misfield, carved away there, Mendes through backward point. Actually quite well done to get a hand to it and just slowed it down. And Mohamed Nabi mopped up. Nissanka now on strike. Kusal Mendes obviously trying to start to push on now, really going to be a bit more aggressive because they will need to get their skates on if they really want to try and keep up with this Afghan score of 209.
Yeah, they need a big strike rate from these two openers. Nissanka's doing well, 23 off 13, but Mendes really needs to get going and start attacking these bowlers.
Absolutely. Nissanka on strike. The left armour, Farid Ahmed, who has played. What's wrong with there? I'll go after this ball. Short again. Mendes through the leg side. 2 men out on the boundary. Are they going to get back for 2? They don't. Just the single there. Slight inside edge. Farid Ahmed's played 29 T20 internationals. Not got a bad record. Averages 19 with the ball, which is pretty good. But his economy of 8.29 is slightly higher than I'm sure he'd have wanted. I think he bowls a bit of the death though, so that's not too much of an issue. He'll be looking to take some crucial wickets and add to the 8 he's got. The 38 he's got so far in T20Is.
Yeah, I mean he's going pretty well so far. 6 off his first 3 deliveries. Kusal Mendes faces 4th of the over.
In now, outside off stump, slashed away through the offside, but brilliantly well down by, who is that? Is that not Mohamed Nabi? No, that is out in the cover region. Brilliantly got down to.
I think that is Mohamed Nabi.
And yeah, really well down.
Yeah, that.
Or is that?
Yeah, it's Nabi.
Nabi.
It's Nabi. Great bit of fielding there from the veteran.
Got down well for a 39-year-old there to stop the runs.
Not bad.
Could easily have skidded through, but Kusal Mendes, just a dot for him there, unfortunately. Ahmed in again now. It's much straighter this time, a bit shorter, and it hits Kusal Mendes quite hard there. On the bicep, I think that looks like. He's gone down, holding his arm. That's definitely going to sting and leave a bruise in the morning. That's not what you want from Kusal Mendes, is it?
Yeah, that looks like a real stinger there. I think it hit him just somewhere in the upper arm, and he's gone down onto one knee. It'd be interesting. I think he'll walk it off. You know, he'll get going again. He'll be fine. But oh yeah, hits him on the shoulder. That's a stinger.
Very much so. I think it was a little cross seamer just skidded on, cannoned into Mendes's bicep. The physios are on now. They're looking at it, maybe thinking maybe he's got some elbow issues, which would not be what he wants. I think he should be okay. It looked like it was bang on the bicep, and probably shouldn't be breaking his arm or anything. So I think it will be okay in the end. And I mean, gives a little bit of time. Nissanka having a bit of a drink behind him, and Sri Lanka almost towards the end of their power play, 4 overs or 3.5 overs now, fairly relaxed as they'll be looking to move on. Yeah, it just leapt a little bit. It looked like possibly hit the seam on the way through, just bounced that fraction more than Mendes was expecting through the shot, and straight into his bicep.
Yeah, he didn't even want the single, did he? He was that in pain. I mean, turned it down. He's still on strike here. 8 off 9 so far. Kusum Mendes struggling a little bit to get going, but it's a bit of good over so far from Ahmad.
Yeah, Mendes, I mean, he's not known for his explosivity, but when he gets going, he absolutely flies. 133 strike rate generally in T20Is, and with an average of 23, that's not pretty bad when you match them up together from the 60 games he's played so far. So yeah, he'll be looking to try and continue the Sri Lankan start, which, I mean, you've got to accept 32 for naught is pretty much where they want to be after 3.5 overs. Possibly without the injuries and without being hit, I'm sure Mendes wouldn't have liked that. But it's been a good start for Sri Lanka, and they really need to just keep the wickets in hand as they keep going through.
Yeah, I mean, here comes Ahmed. It looks like Kusum Mendes is alright, facing his 6th ball of the over here.
Straighter, and he skies it. Splice of the batter looks like, sort of sliced over the covers for 4 runs though. I think he was possibly still in his mind a little bit from, still in his head a little bit from being hit. But yeah, 4 at the end. Probably not how Ahmed wanted to finish off that over.
Yeah, fortunate not to be caught out there, Kusum Mendes, but he powers on 12 of 10 balls, and I think I'm off.
You're off,
Swinging
yes.
out.
As Aayush joins me yet again now. And yeah, Sri Lanka have had a really good start here, Aayush. Do you think that they're a little bit behind the rate, I think, but do you think the fact they've got wickets in hand is going to be more useful and more crucial to this chase?
Always important, especially with the kind of players that they have coming in. In the mid-innings break with Michael spoke about the importance of guys like Vanindu Hasaranga, Angelo Matthews and the others as well. And yeah.
As Amazi comes in a bit straighter and works off a hit from the Sanka, nice little pull shot, looking for 2, and they make 2 just about. Yeah, not a bad shot there. Amazi back for his 2nd over, went for 7 off his first. Not bad from the seamer there. They're looking again, that was the boundary we're just seeing here, and yeah, sort of squirted away, slightly mishit it looks like, maybe went a bit squarer than he wanted, but 4 runs is 4 runs.
Definitely. Always important. And Nisanka's had such a good start, right? Mendes 12 from 10 in a 210 run chase. You want him to do better, but Nisanka's holding his own very well right now and making sure that Sri Lanka don't fall too much behind the asking rate.
That's the key really, they have to keep staying on top of it. Mendes has definitely increased his rate recently. Short ball from Amazi there, and Nisanka sort of cuts it to mid off, I guess that was. Bit of a weird one, cross-batted shot, straight on the ground for nothing in the end though. It's 172 runs to win right now, just 94 balls. Going to be a tough challenge for Sri Lanka.
Definitely, it's going to be really tough. Every over that Afghanistan bowls well and keeps the asking rate down is going to get tougher, especially when you're chasing such a big total.
Absolutely. Straight to there, Nisanka gives himself a bit of space and a brilliant lofted straight drive there. Nicely hit over Ibrahim Zadran's head at mid-off. And yeah, brilliant shot there to bring up his 30.
Yeah, one of the young stars of Sri Lankan cricket, expected to feature a lot and do a lot of big things for Sri Lanka in the future. Just plays such a lovely shot. The bowler that followed him, it wasn't the easiest shot, but the way he just chipped it over the infield, really impressive shot, I would say.
Yeah, it didn't try to overhit it, which meant it just sort of flew enough over the ring fielder's head and a 4 runs, which I absolutely love. Shorter again, on top of off, carved away, but straight to the fielder at cover there. No run after a little bit of a fumble, but luckily the ball didn't get away from him and a dot ball there.
Yeah, just Afghanistan would hope that the fumbles in the field that Sri Lanka made don't rub off on them, and it doesn't continue in this match, because in such chases fielding saves runs.
Absolutely, yeah, there were so many 2s that could have been singles in the Afghan innings, and I'm sure Sri Lanka will want to try and convert a few of those as well. Straight to ball, hit nicely out to deep square leg, just for a single though this time from Nisanka. And yeah, a bit of a straighter yet again from Amazi. Looks like pace off, he's not the quickest, so it's possibly similar to Shanaka a little bit in the Sri Lankan innings. If you get a bit of pace off, hit a good line of length, it can be quite hard to score off, but you really can't miss that length, because then it becomes so easy, just cross back and you can power through and score very comfortably.
And I think that's what they've observed from the way Sri Lanka bowled. We saw that guys like Shanaka and then the spinners were the more effective ones. So good plan to follow.
Absolutely. Marzi in again, leg side, great stop down from the leg side there. I think Gurbaz behind the stumps, got down nicely. Going to be a wide though this time. Just a bit too much swing, it looked like there, just faded down the leg side.
Yeah, just getting his line wrong on that occasion. We saw so many of these down the leg side wide deliveries from Afghanistan, from beg your pardon, Sri Lanka earlier as well. And now Afghanistan will hope that they don't give away too many extras.
Last ball of the over here from Amazi. Kusal Mendes looking to score some runs, I'm sure. All outside the edge. They've appealed. There's a huge appeal from behind the stumps. Azratullah doesn't really fancy that one. I think they're going to be unlikely. Ibrahim Zadran is looking a little bit more interested though than the bowler. They're possibly thinking about this. It was outside off stump. No, they're not going to appeal that one. They're not going to send it upstairs. And that will be the end of the over. Nissanka has been absolutely brilliant so far. 31 from 19, Aayush. He scored 100 on test debuts, just 25. First ever Sri Lankan double 100 in the ODI series just a few days ago. What do you make of how he started this inning so far?
He's been in such great form, right? And he's been the one carrying them so far. They're just scoring just a little bit under 9 runs and over. With 1 over to go, Sri Lanka's really gonna have a big over right now. Final over of the power play, and the way things have gone so far, it looks like Pathum Nissanka is the guy to get them a really big over, which they need at this stage.
Yeah, that's something absolutely crucial. They really need to keep going. You think off the power play as well, just the final over here, as Ahmad comes in for a second over around the wicket this time. Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Nissanka. Absolutely sumptuous. Gets right across the off stump there and just flicks it over deep, fine leg for an unbelievable 6. That is absolutely fantastic from him.
This just looks like the shot of a man who can do no wrong right now. The form he's in, the confidence he's carrying. What a brilliant shot that is. Innovative. I mean, Ahmed was completely left dumbfounded with that because he did not expect Nissanka to play that shot. This makes a lot of room and delivery comfortably outside off stump, although angling in with the left arm pacer. He just picks it up so well and hits it over fine leg for 6.
Absolutely brilliant shot. Yeah, got right across the stumps. More of a flick than a scoop in the end as well, and absolutely nailed it. Ahmed, and again, straight down the ground this time. There's a lot of height on it. Has he got enough on it? Yes, gone for 6. Brilliant shot yet again for Nissanka. Or is it just a 4 this time? No, like 1 bounce 4. Literally within a few inches of going all the way over. Brilliant shot yet again, straight down the ground. Nissanka is really exploding now.
Yeah, as we expected, with the final over of the power play. And the big over's coming. 10 runs at the first 2 deliveries. And it's that man, Pathum Nissanka, who's piling it on to Ahmed right now.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Just freed his arms, swung through the line, and yeah, nicely down the ground for a 1 bounce 4. They're really looking for the question there. There's the captain there. Ibrahim Zadran is talking at the moment to Farid Ahmed, Farid Ahmed, the seamer, who's been hit for consecutive boundaries. 10 runs from just the 2 balls has doubled the number of runs he conceded in that first over. Coming in again now, really needs a good comeback ball here. What's he got in him? Short, outside off, call for 4 runs. Yet again, Nissanka brilliantly, absolutely punished through the offside, freed his arms, and just powered between backward point and cover.
Look at the range of his shots there. First 6 over fine leg, then a boundary down the ground, and then just carves it over behind backward point for another boundary. It's just when a batter is playing so well and shows that he can score everywhere on the ground, what's a bowler going to do?
That's absolutely brilliant from him yet again. They really need to get a handle on him. A wicket here will be absolutely crucial for the Afghanistan side. They really need it for Nissanka. On 45 at the moment from just 22 balls, he's exploded in this over. 6-4-4, absolutely taken down Ahmad, and will be looking to possibly keep on going as long as he can and really try and take a big chunk out of the 209 they need. It's only 152 more now. Full toss this time, straight on the ground. Can he get enough on it? No, that's a brilliant outstretched dive there from, I think, Ibrahim Zadran. Ibrahim Zadran, the captain, really well down. Stopped the boundary, just a single there. Kusal Mendes on strike now. And the first non-boundary of the over.
Yeah, big sigh of relief for Farid Ahmed over there, because yeah, it just looked like that would just pass.
Oh no ball! This is going to be a free hit. That is the last thing that Ahmed would have wanted. Although he stopped the boundary, a free hit is going to be absolutely devastating. Overstep there by millimetres. Millimetres, that is so tough, but that's all it takes. You have to have something behind the line of your front foot, otherwise you're going to get no balls every single day of the week now that they have this technology.
And what looked like a big sigh of relief for the bowler there has just turned into a big nightmare for him. 14 runs of the first 3 deliveries, and now 2 runs of this one with a no ball and the free hit coming up. It's just as much of a pressure situation as it can get for a bowler.
Absolutely, yeah, that's really not what Ahmed would have wanted. It was a pretty good recovery ball. Low full tosses can be quite useful, and he's going to need to find something special now. Full toss again. He's got a big hit on that. Has Mendes got everything? 4, 1 bounce 4. Yet again, just a few feet in it. That's a brilliant shot over extra cover. Absolutely monster. Full toss though. Ahmed seems to have completely lost it. They're going to have to get him off after this over, you think. He's been taken downtown every single ball so far, bar one, which was the no ball.
Yeah, it's just getting worse for him. But with Nissanka playing this way, you can't really be too hard on the bowler over there. Again, you could see with that delivery the pressure really showing on Ahmed's bowling. An absolute freebie on the free hit delivery, and Nissanka takes it with open arms and makes no mistake.
No, yeah, exactly. That was a brilliant shot there from Kusal Mendes. I think that was in the end. Who yet again, as the last few balls he's faced really started to accelerate as well, and he's looking to probably take down Ahmed yet again. Straighter this time, bit full. That's skied though. That's gone high into the air, outside off, and a brilliant take, unbelievable, over his head. That is fantastic out there at back of point. He might have injured himself though there. That looks really, really tough. Ibrahim Zadran there possibly hurt himself in that unbelievable feat of athleticism.
Yeah, we just this moment, it's such situations. The first thing we hope that the player's okay, because he just seems like the impact was really bad, and he just hit the back of his head on the ground after taking what was an absolutely fantastic catch. So look at that, he just backpedals, takes it, and just really hits his head really hard. But well, we hope that Ashraf is fine, the fielder, on that occasion, as Kusal Mendes walks back for 16 of 13, and Afghanistan finally had their first.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing there for Mendes at the end. He was really starting to take the attack. Nissanka, following in Nissanka's footsteps, really there. That is the end of my time. I'll leave it in the capable hands of Aayush as Will comes to take over.
Oh wow, absolutely exhilarating starts to the second innings, I've got to say. Kusal Mendes there, the man to go, but wow, there was some damage done there to the total in the final over of the power play. Still 1 ball to go of that over, I do believe, but we're just seeing scenes here. Zadran is still down, obviously seriously injured, and you don't like to see this. The stretcher is also coming out. Quite worrying scenes here after what was an absolutely brilliant catch to dismiss Mendes, but no one likes to see these type of scenes.
Yeah, especially in all sport, not just cricket, when there's a head injury involved, there's just a lot more worry that comes along with it, right? And we've seen cases of concussion as well, and cricket's no stranger to the global problem of concussion in sport.
No, that's nice to see though. It looks like he is on his feet now. And the new man at the crease is Kusal Pereira, who we know as a very attacking, destructive batsman when he's on song, and he will need to be here again today. Sri Lanka have moved on to 64 for 1 with 1 ball of this power play left to go. The majority of those runs have come from the blades of Pathum Nissanka, 46 of those runs in fact, and he's really been at his devastating best so far, hasn't he?
Brilliant. He's striking at 200 runs right now, as we just see the fielder there who took a brilliant catch, Ashraf, walking back, and I think that's safety first and definitely understandable. We hope that he's not too affected by this, and he can come back on the field, but he's walking off right now. Well, the game will go on, and like you rightly mentioned, Will, Pathum Nissanka absolutely blistering start to this innings, striking at 200, and he's just look to ride this wave of momentum and confidence.
Yeah, Jonathan Trott there, we were just seeing images of him. He would have been very happy with Afghanistan's effort in the first innings, 209 runs for any of you just joining us here now. And Kusal Pereira is just preparing himself here as he finds his guards before Ahmad comes in for his final delivery of his second over, which has been expensive after Nissanka's start to the over, destructive at that. So here we go, we're finally back in play. Kusal Pereira on strike, 64 for 1.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Kusal Pereira goes in this game. We all know how explosive he can be anywhere he bats, coming in at 3 here, and I think the stage is perfectly set for him.
And here we go then, we're back in play, and it's a nice cover drive which is fielded by the ring fielder there, and no run comes off it. So that wraps up the power play. 64 runs for Sri Lanka, heavily aided there by the final over, which went for 20 runs, an expensive over there from Farid Ahmad.
Yeah, I mean, the power play for Sri Lanka wasn't as successful as Afghanistan. When they batted, they scored 72 and they're 6, but this is still a very good score when you're chasing 11 and over, almost, I should say 11 and over, and they're pretty much going comfortably with the asking rate, and Pathum Nissanka did most of the damage in that power play, and more importantly for Sri Lanka, he's still there.
Yeah, and here we go then. So Noor Ahmad is going to be the bowler to come in here, the first over after that power play, and we're just seeing the highlights reel from the power play, and it was one dominated by Nissanka's bats as Noor Ahmad comes in here for the first delivery, and it's pushed onto the leg side by Nissanka for a single.
Yeah, Noor Ahmad's going to be really important in this run chase for the bowling side of Afghanistan, as we mentioned earlier as well. In our main innings break, they're already missing the likes of Rashid Khan, Mujib, who've not been here on this tour owing to injuries, and they've rested quite a few of their important pacers in this game as well. So Noor Ahmad, still only 19 years old, so that's a lot to ask from him to be the leader of this attack, but it's important.
And here we go then, it's Ahmad into bowl, and there's a big appeal here, it's hit the pads, and he's been given. Kusal Pereira did not last a long time at the crease, and he's gone. Noor Ahmad, it was spinning in over the wicket, but the umpire, he has gone for the review, but to me that looked plumb. Sweeping across the pads was Kusal Pereira, but he got nowhere near the ball, and the only reason that I can think of there that he's taken it upstairs is if it's missing leg stump.
Yeah, again, Noor Ahmad coming in, as we just mentioned a few seconds back. It was important for him to make an impact, and it looks like he's made an immediate impact. As we're waiting for the umpires to see what's happening here. Yeah, well, looks pretty plumb, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know what's got into him there. I don't know why he's taken that one upstairs, because that's plumb. He's gone there for my liking as we wait for the DRS to come up, but I would be very surprised if that's not given.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looks as plumb as it gets, and Kusal Pereira, we understand he going for the review, not wanting to get out in the one chance that he's got in the series. As we now take a closer look at Ultra Edge. Ooh, yeah, that looks pretty gone. Just waiting, I think, for the 3 reds here. It looked for a second
here
there.
We go, and here we go then. DRS, it goes out. To no surprise, Sri Lanka lose their second wicket, and it is as plumb as they get from Noor Ahmad. An absolute terrible review from Kusal Pereira, to be honest with you, Aayush. But he's gone without troubling the scorers. no runs from 2 deliveries, and Sri Lanka are in a spot of bother here at 65 for 2.
Yeah, as it turns out, a really horrible review from him, and maybe Nissanka could have helped him out there and told him that, mate, just walk off. I think we need to save our reviews the best we can. But anyway, success for Noor Ahmed, the 19-year-old, right away. Just a second delivery, gets the prize wicket of Kusal Perera, who's not played a lot, but we know how explosive he can be in these situations.
Yes, certainly an important wicket there to get rid of Pereira before he could even trouble the scorers. A player that we know who can score very quickly when he's on song. But he is gone, and it brings in the new bats, which is Wanindu Hasaranga, who is batting at number 4 here today, and he gets off the mark straight away. Well, it's to no surprise, Aayush, isn't it, that Hasaranga has put himself at number 4.
Yeah, the man in form, the captain promoting himself up the order, and it makes sense, doesn't it? Like you said, he's been the man in form. We know how important he's going to be to this run chase, and if he can come here and get stuck in, it will be great for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, 4th ball of the over is bowled into Nissanka, and it's helped onto the leg sides. Oh, it's a little misfield there, but he will just come through for the single. Yeah, so Hasaranga has scored 89 runs so far in these first 2 T20s, hasn't he, Aayush? 67 of those runs coming in. Oh, and here we go, the next delivery's come in. Hasaranga has gone for a big swipe, straight up, but it lands safely. And he's really got away with one there, as Mohammad Nabi was nearing in on getting rid of Hasaranga early doors.
All of Sri Lanka must be breathing a huge sigh of relief right now, as it does not carry to the fielder there. You know, you can see Hasaranga really wants to get on with it, really take the attack to Noor Ahmed and the Afghanistan spinners, but yeah, Nabi couldn't get to it.
Next delivery, this time a little more carefully managed by Nissanka, who just pushes this one down the ground to long off, and they will come through for a single, which wraps up the 7th over at 69 for 2. Another one of those Sri Lankan wickets has gone down. Importantly, I mean, look, 69 for 2. I think the game is still in the balance, but one more wicket in the next over or so, and you would believe that Afghanistan are on top.
I think this is the defining phase of the innings as well, with the spinners, Afghanistan's valuable spinners, their star spinners, all of them coming in. Noor Ahmed, as we've seen in his first over, got the wicket, just given away 5 runs, and now Mohammad Nabi, the experience, the so important experience of Mohammad Nabi for Afghanistan, and they look for a few more wickets and just put a stop to this run chase sooner rather than later.
Right, so it is in fact Mohammad Nabi who is in here, and he faces up to Nissanka, who pulls this away on the leg side, and that's 54. Batum Nissanka, a fantastic innings, a destructive innings at best. 51 of 27 deliveries from the 25-year-olds, and it leaves Sri Lanka at 71 for 2 after the first ball of the 8th over.
Yeah, what an innings it's been, and he's carried this Sri Lankan run chase on his shoulders so far. He's got 51 of the 71 runs so far, and a big round of applause from the home crowd as Nabi winds on again.
That's the second delivery of the over, and it's another misfield, but there is someone sweeping there on the boundary. They do come in for 2, however, as Nissanka hobbles his way back into the crease.
Yeah, that looked a little bit worrying, wasn't it? Yeah, now we can see him down on. I mean, he's just, looks a bit tired, is it? And we hope it's just fatigue and not a bit of an injury for him over there. Oh no! As we see, just hobbling to the crease as he went for the second run. Not good signs there, Will, for Sri Lanka.
No, it's not good signs at all. It looked like he pulled up, and here we go. Yeah, it does look like he's going to be asking for the medics to come back out onto the field here. Not good signs at all for the Sri Lankan opener. Looks like he just pulled his hamstring there, to be honest with you, as he was turning to come back for the second run. We're just about to see a replay there. Yeah, it just looks like he pulled up there as he was turning for the second run, and that will be another worrying moment for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, a few injuries in this game. Just saw a few minutes back, Ashraf from Afghanistan after hitting his head, walking off, and now Pathum Nissanka, like you mentioned, a hamstring injury, not looking good for the man in form right now, and a lot of worry for Sri Lanka. As we look at the team physios, just working on Nissanka at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder whether he'll be able to carry on after this. He looks to be in some pain out there in the middle at the moment. I think we're going to have a fairly significant pause in play here again after that earlier injury to Ibrahim Zadran, as Aayush now takes a little break, and we will be welcoming back the one and only Toby Reynolds here.
Supposed to be back. It hasn't felt that long, has it?
No, it's been a match that's moved at a nice pace so far, as we look at the wagon wheel of Nissanka, and he's been destructive. He's been Mr. 360 so far, you could even say, finding runs all over the field, and it would be a real shame here to see him going off.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, favourite of the shots for me was that one over fine leg for 6. Absolutely beautiful. Just got right across the stumps, and just with his wrist, just absolutely whipped it through the leg side and over fine leg. It was a beautiful shot. Would be an absolute killer here for Sri Lanka if they lose him as well, particularly if he's injured. I mean, they might be able to get him in later down the order if they really need him, but he's been the only real player who's been able to make progress for Sri Lanka with the bat in this inning so far.
Yeah, if we just look at a little comparison so far of the power plays, so Gurbaz and Zazai got Afghanistan to an absolute flyer in the first innings, 72 runs from the first 6 overs, and in all fairness, Sri Lanka also got off to a bit of a flyer themselves, especially the last over of the power play there, with Nissanka striking the ball beautifully for 20 runs in the 6th over to leave Sri Lanka at 64 for the loss of 1 wicket. So there's not much difference in the way that the teams have gone about their work so far. But Toby, how do you think now Sri Lanka will be hoping for these middle overs to play out?
Yeah, I think the one thing with the Sri Lankan side, they want to try and relax a little bit. They've lost 2 wickets. Nissanka looks like he's going to continue now. If he was to go as well, or they lose another wicket, they really need to try and sit in, because they have powerful hitters down that order, the likes of Shanaka, the likes of Angelo Matthews. There's some big destructors later to come in later down the order, but they really need them to come in the sort of 14th, 15th over. The earlier they come in, the less of an impact they're going to have.
So it looks like Qais Ahmed is a concussion substitution here for Sharafuddin Ashraf.
I'm really sorry, but
Yeah,
And
We say we put next door.
as we're having a little technical problem here at the moment.
Trying to be kicked out of our room here. But I think we should be okay. Otherwise, you'll see behind the scenes action as we live vlog, moving from room to room. But no, it looks like we're going to be
And
okay.
here we are back in play here as Mohamed Nabi comes in. Nissanka is still on strike, and he helps that out onto the leg side for a single, but he does look to be in some significant pain here, and I really would be surprised to see him carrying on.
Yeah, absolute agony. You can see on his face just the way he pushes off when he goes for that single. He dropped back in his crease, and as he looked to go forward for that single, you could just see he pulled up a little bit. I think he's going to basically just be swinging from the hip now and trying to mainly go for boundaries where possible and leave some of the single running to lower down the order.
As the next delivery comes in, and Hasaranga quite carefully there dabs the ball back to Nabi, and there's no run.
No, it's a good start to Nabi. 2 from each of the first 2 balls, then a single, and now a dot. He's going to try and keep, obviously, it down as much as possible.
And it's another big swipe there from Hasaranga as he looks to go big over cow corner, but fails to make any contact with the ball. As it turns out, the ball was probably going down the leg side anyhow. And again, no run, but wow, here we go again as play moves on quickly this time. Hasaranga just dabbing the ball out there to the mid-wicket region, and he gets a single, which wraps up the 8th over, and Sri Lanka at 75 for 2.
Yeah, since Hasaranga's come in, he's really looked to be aggressive. He's gone absolutely, was tried to go ballistic. He's not actually really connected with one yet, but he's particularly looked to go over the leg side, which is a bit of a shame because he's got a brilliant cover drive on him. And if he looks to open up that offside, I think just allows a bit more options, and he'll probably score a bit more freely as well, and actually can manipulate the field at the same time.
Yeah, and in a similar way then to how Afghanistan went about their business in the middle overs, Toby, I thought they were really good at rotating the strike, albeit helped by some dodgy Sri Lankan fielding at best, as Noor Ahmed now comes in for the first delivery of the 9th over, which is quite a wide delivery, to be honest with you, spinning away on the offside, and it has been given as a wide.
Yeah, for a second I thought that was going to be given. I thought that absolute robbery there, but luckily they're re-bowling it.
And this time, so Hasaranga has a go at a bit of a wafty cut, not much conviction in that shot whatsoever, and it's just dropped short of third man.
Yeah, it was a bit lucky in the end, and actually some interesting fielding at the same time there. He got his body in the way, which is key for Lafadar.
Here we are, Hasaranga now, he doesn't look too comfortable at all at the crease. Noor Ahmed really causing some problems as he just gets through. And now it looks like, again, the Afghanistani fielders are in more trouble, but no buzzers this time around. God, it's absolute bedlam out there.
Everything is going on at the moment. There could have been some, they scammed through for quick single, could have been a run out. It was a leading edge originally from Hasaranga, and then overthrows possibly, but luckily for Afghanistan, there is no hamstring left for Nissanka, so he's not able to make it back for a second, even though it could have gone for a boundary after the misfield, off the overthrows. It's absolutely mental out on the field right now.
Noor Ahmed's really causing some problems here, as this time Nissanka goes absolutely massive. Over cow corner, 6 runs, see you later.
He's on the floor, he's hit that so hard, he's swung himself off his feet. His hamstring is probably killing him at the same time. That is a magnificent shot though from Nissanka. Absolutely middled that, got every single bit of it, and the leg absolutely flew over the leg side, over cow corner for a monstrous 6.
Wow, couldn't put it any better myself, Toby. That is absolutely huge. He's been left there lying on the floor. As we see, he really got into that, he dug into it, and it's absolutely sailed over deep mid-wicket's head, giving him absolutely no chance. Do you feel like this is going to be a theme now as he continues to really swing from the hips?
I think so. I think that's all he's really got left in him. Oh no, he looks like he might be going off. I think there's possibly, his hamstring injury is too much for him. They've got the medics back on the field, and it looks like they're escorting off after his injury. I think it must have gone yet again after that hamstring issue.
Well, quite unfortunate there. It looks like it's 6 and out for Nissanka, as he has had to retire hurt. A real shame for a man that was really striking there at 260 runs off 30 deliveries, and he looked like the man who could possibly guide Sri Lanka home there. But unfortunately, that hamstring injury looks like it's just had, he's in too much pain there, and he's going to be unable to carry on.
Yes, Sadira Rick Warmer comes on now. So that's an absolute mouthful of a name for you right there. Sadira, will be looking to try and continue where Nissanka left off. That's such a shame really. He's been batting so well, even with that last one, 6 and out as you mentioned, showing what he still had the ability. I guess the one hope is that if they really need him down the order, he might be able to come in. He's only retired hurt, not retired out. And if that's the case, he should be able to maybe find that form again and hit a few boundaries down the order if they need him to.
No, but it's a real shame to see him going off. And as you say, it is Samara Wickrama who comes in to replace him here, as Noor Ahmed comes in for his 4th delivery of this pre-elongated over, and he just slides that past Noor Ahmed and comes through for a single.
Yeah, off the mark there from Samara Wickrama. Much easier to say that there. And they'll be just trying to. That's absolutely. Paul, that's so unlucky. You can see there, watching it replay again, instantly after connecting with that 6, he's down on his back, and you can tell he's talking to the physios, talking to the subfielders, and he just knows that's it for him, unfortunately.
Still plenty of power left in this Sri Lankan innings, as one into Hasaranga skips down the wickets, and absolutely rockets a 4 past Ahmad Noor's head. Absolutely no chance there of any fielder getting in the way, and the Dambulla crowd go wild.
Yeah, brilliant shot there. Looks like the first time he's used his feet properly. Gets down the wicket so quickly, right to the pitch of it, and yeah, straight down the ground. Brilliant fall there. Hasaranga's definitely going to continue to try and take the attack to Afghanistan here.
And here we go, the final delivery of the over, and this time he cuts it, and it slides past point there, and they will only come through for a single, as there is a fielder sweeping there on the offside boundary. But another productive over there for Sri Lanka. 14 runs coming off it, albeit at the expense of Patum Nissanka, who's had to go off injured.
Yeah, I think that's almost the bigger issue really. 14 obviously from it is great, but the biggest issue really, yeah, the lack of their man in form. Nissanka was absolutely flying.
And yeah, well, we're just seeing here, it really would be the highest successful chase in the history of Sri Lankan T20s. Their highest coming against Bangladesh at Mirpur in 2018 as they chased down 194. But today, of course, they're chasing down 210 runs, a real large total, as Mohamed Nabi now comes in and Hasaranga backs away, and it's a Chinese cut, and it's beaten the keeper there 4 runs right behind him. Quite unfortunate really for Nabi.
Yeah, bottom edge there off the bat, straight through Gulbuddin's legs, Ishak's legs, and yeah, down for 4 runs. Not much anyone could really have done about that. It looked like Hasaranga was almost toppling over as he backed away from that shot there, but the 4 was absolutely crucial, and they're really trying to keep the pressure on.
And this time Mohamed Nabi tries to go large, but he's gone. Mohamed Nabi is the key man again, and he's got that vital wicket of Hasaranga, who looked as if he was about to tee off there, but he was unable to connect with that, and he's the next man to go for Sri Lanka, leaving them at 93 for 3.
Used his feet again there, Hasaranga, but this time not to the same effect. Unfortunately, just sliced it a little bit. Looked to go much squarer over that cow corner, and yeah, just sliced it up in the air, straight to long off. And Nabi gets the absolute crucial wicket. Sri Lanka, the men are dropping like flies at the moment. They really need to keep it going where possible and just try and rebuild. It's not even the 10th over yet, and they're already down to the lower middle order.
Yeah, real comfortable take there. That's long on for Ibrahim, which gets rid of Hasaranga, who didn't really ever look too comfortable out there in the middle, didn't he? He looked like he was forcing the issue more than anything, and that's the 3rd wicket to fall, of course, as well, with Nissanka going off, technically 4 down, and you would imagine that Angelo Matthews might be the next man to come in, but at this in these mid overs, it's important for Sri Lanka not to lose too many more wickets.
Yeah, they really can't risk it now. They're really struggling. The more wickets they lose, well, the harder the chase is going to be down the order. It sounds obvious to say, but they're just going to keep struggling for momentum. If they keep losing wickets, new batters keep coming, they're going to have to slowly get themselves in, particularly as well later on. They're going to try and bat a bit more like how Hasaranga did and just try and keep swinging, which doesn't really seem like the way. I mean, when you look at all the openers, they almost all took a few balls to get going before they really started to push on.
Well, it is Kamindu Mendes who is the man to replace Hasaranga at the crease, and he's delivered with a real wide delivery there to start with, and Mohamed Nabi will have to reload on that one.
Absolutely, he's in again and outside edge this time though.
He was about to go for the dive there at 3rd man, but no, it's alright, he's fine, and Kamindu does come through for a couple of runs.
Off the mark there with a nice little 2 through sort of backward point 3rd man region, beating the slip there.
Yeah, perhaps the reason that Kamindu has come out is to keep that right-left hand partnership going, which of course was so successful for Afghanistan in their innings, as this time Kamindu pushes the ball past mid-on and he will come through for a single.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's possibly regarded to come in a little bit higher up the order, but obviously Hasaranga promoted himself, captain taking responsibility, which you do like to see, but obviously couldn't push on, and these two really need to sort of not dig in, because they still need two balls a run, but yeah, they're going to have to try and keep building and actually, if they bat the way the Afghans did through the middle and just looking for lots of twos, there's no reason why they won't be able to get the chase in.
So here we go, Nabi in for the fifth delivery of the over, and this one is squeezed onto the offside cut shot there from Samara Wikrama, and he again will come through for another single.
Yeah, Kamindu Mendes back on strike again. And yeah, these two are looking to bat. Kamindu Mendes hasn't played that many games so far. This will just be his 7th T20 international, and will be looking to try and assert himself before the World Cup in just a few months.
So yeah, there we are, final ball of the over, and Kamindu just chips this one through mid-wickets, a vacant area, no fielder there, and again, there's another single to finish the over, which leaves Sri Lanka at 99 runs for the loss of 3 wickets after 10 overs. Another 10 runs there from that over, so they are still going at a nice pace. And for now, I will be leaving you in the capable hands of Toby, who will be joined by Michael for this next phase of play.
Yeah. Although Sri Lanka have already won this T20 international series 2-0, possibly looking to make it 3-0, it's going to be absolutely crucial still with the World Cup just round the corner in a little over 3 months, taking place in June in the Caribbean and the USA, Michael. It's going to be absolutely mental. Hopefully, it's one of the biggest, if not, I think it's the biggest World Cup ever in cricket history. 20 teams, 4 groups of 5, and it should be an absolutely crazy summer, hopefully.
Should be good, should be good. It'll be interesting if either of these teams can impress as Noor Ahmed comes in for his 3rd over, bowling at Kamindu. I mean, this game's hanging in the balance here, but Sri Lanka have got a big mountain to climb, I think that's fair to say, Toby.
Absolutely, yeah, they're really struggling now. Just passing 100, 101 for 3 off the first ball of the 11th over. And yeah, they'll be looking to try and rebuild as much as possible. We keep talking about it, but they're effectively 4 down, even if it says 3, because Nissanka is very unlikely to come back in after what we think is pulling his hamstring.
Yeah, what an innings though. 60 or 30, 200 strike rate. Amazing innings. As Noor Ahmed comes, just beats the outside edge of Kamindu. Close one there. Noor Ahmed's 2nd ball. Really nicely bowled there. That's a lovely ball. Just beats the outside edge of Kamindu.
Yeah, really well flighted, pitched just outside off and turned a fraction to beat the outside edge.
Oh, he's done it again, and they're appealing here. It's a weak appeal. I don't think there was an edge there. Another great ball from Noor Ahmed. He has bowled brilliantly this over. 2 absolute peaches.
Yeah, almost identical that one. Possibly turned a little bit more, possibly a bit straighter. It looks like it's coming here. Not really sure that Mendes knows how to pick Noor Ahmed, who is absolutely lethal mystery spin bowler where possible.
Yeah, he has been really impressive so far today, hasn't he? As he's coming in for his 4th bowl of the over against Kamindu Mendes. And again, he's beating the outside edge. This is amazing bowling here. Kamindu Mendes cannot do anything.
No, exactly the same. A bit shorter this time. Mendes looked to drop back and try and force it through the offside with a bit of a swing behind it, but wasn't able to in the end. And Noor Ahmed, yet again, another dot for his troubles.
Yeah, here he comes again, fish ball, and this one's away on the leg side, just flighted a little bit, and they'll just pick up a easy single, bringing Samara Wikrama onto strike for the last ball of the over.
Slightly too short there from Noor Ahmed. Still trying to get a turn. I think a bit fuller and he would have had Kamindu Mendes in a bit of trouble, but just allowed him the easy single. But still, 3 runs from this over so far is not bad.
Great.
Dot ball here would be absolutely key.
Great over from Noor Ahmed. He just needs to not concede a boundary here, and it'll be an amazing over. Yeah, Sri Lanka required run rate 11.78. These 2 in the crease really need to get going. Angela Matthews probably coming in next. Here comes the last ball, and it's on the batting side, and he's gone for. Oh, it's just caught off at the boundary. Great piece of fielding there from the Afghanistan player. I couldn't see who it was. But crucial bit of fielding there, cut off the boundary. What an over that was from Noor Ahmed.
Yeah, that was a fantastic diving save from Amazi there. Brilliantly, he was fielding out at long off, had to go charging round the boundary towards the covers, and yeah, full stretch dive, managed to save his team 2 runs. Sri Lanka a little bit behind the rate now. They're going to have to try and pick it up where possible and really try and push on through the final few overs.
Yeah, they need 106 off 54 balls. That's more than almost 2 runs a ball. It's not going to be easy for Sri Lanka. They really need to start getting those boundaries. This is the part of the innings where Afghanistan started to slow down. It's crucial that Sri Lanka really make the most of these middle overs. They'll win or lose in the game ultimately.
Obviously, they need to try and catch up where they can, and these two are probably the two to rebuild. Below that, there's not a huge amount of batting to come. A few big hitters, as we mentioned, Matthews and Chanaka, who could be hugely destructive towards the end, but you probably don't want them in for much more than a few overs if you can help it, just to give them the best opportunity to go from ball one, which they're so good at.
Mohammed Nabi now coming into bowl. He's done well so far. It's a nice ball, and Kamindu Mendis just picks it out. Single out onto the offside. Yeah, offside.
Indeed, yeah, just squirts away, pushed out and through for an easy single there. Nabi's bowled really well so far, I thought. 17, took the wicket, absolutely crucial. Absolutely fantastic wicket from Nabi, and yeah, they'll be trying to contain the Sri Lankans as much as possible now, really.
Yeah, he didn't have the best innings with the bat, but he's faring much better with the ball here as he comes in for his second ball, and it's gone big from Samara Wickrama. And it's out to the boundary. He's gone for 6. Oh, that was an insane attempt at the boundary edge there from the fielder, but it's gone for 6. Great shot from Samara Wickrama.
Yeah, absolutely cannoned there from the batter over Cal Corner, and he's down injured now. I'm not sure who that is, but he looked like a bit of a tumble. Launched himself over the ropes, the fielder, managed to get a hand on the ball, but couldn't quite throw it back into play, and it is a 6, an absolutely huge 6 at that, and Mohammed Nabi doesn't look too happy at that ball. I'm pretty sure got down the wicket nicely with a big stride there from Samara Wickrama, and yeah, 74 metres, only just over the boundary.
I mean, it's an amazing attempt from the fielder, isn't it? He flung himself over the rope. I mean, it's another injury as he's landed really awkwardly on his back there.
I think that could be Noor Ahmed.
Yeah, he's Noor Ahmed.
Who would be a very big loss if they don't have him.
Yeah, he's bowled really nicely so far.
Extremely nice. He's a great mystery spinner. He can turn the ball both ways. Seen a good amount of him in the 100 and playing in a little bit as well. And he often seems to bowl really nicely. Very hard to pick, which is key. And yeah, got some crucial wickets against England in the ODI World Cup just a few months ago now.
Yep. So it'll be interesting to see if he can carry on here. Crucial for Afghanistan if he can. I'm not sure if he's gone off here. I think he might be carrying on.
I think he is, yeah.
He might be carrying on as Mohammed Nabi comes in for his third ball. Went for 6 in the last one. How's Samara Wickrama? Easy little single. Will they come back for 2? No, I think they just... Quick single there to take Sri Lanka to 112 for 3.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He looks like he's shaking off that injury a little bit there, quite well, Noor Ahmed. Yeah, again, we're seeing it's absolutely massive landing was the problem. Straight on his back, wasn't protected at all, and yeah, could be. I'm sure he'll be hurting in the morning.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's holding his coccyx. He looks like he landed right on there. Oh, and Kamindu Mendis just opened up there, lovely shot to the offside of his cut by the fielder. And do they come back for 2? Yes, they do. Come back for 2. Nicely played there by Kamindu Mendis.
Yeah, that was nicely picked out. I think Farid Ahmed on the boundary got round nicely just to allow a 2 rather than an easy 4 it would have been if they hadn't had man positioned out on the cover boundary.
Yeah, 10 off the over so far. That 6 obviously being massive in that as Nabi comes in for his 5th ball. And it's a reverse scoop. Lovely shot. Goes for 4. Kamindu Mendis. Shannon is in a Joe route there. Lovely shot.
That's a brilliant shot. Yeah, saw there was an absolutely massive gap behind point on the offside, and yeah, just switches his hand round, or switches his feet round, I should say, and carves Mohammed Nabi over that backward point region for what was quite an easy fall. Really well hit though is the key, because you don't get 100% on that, and you can very comfortably get caught in that sort of gully region.
Yeah, this is a big over, isn't it? 14 off it so far, and it's massive. They need 92 or 49. They need their overs to keep going like this as Nabi comes in for a 6th ball, and it's just patted away on the leg side there for a single.
Yeah, the score is 119 for 3. 12 overs gone. I think the big question though, we talked a little bit about Noor Ahmed there, who's possibly injured. He looks like he should be okay to carry on, but Rashid Khan's injured. Majib Ur-Rahman is also injured. In the T20 World Cup, they could have a lot of spinners to choose from when everyone's back, fit and ready to go. I mean, Keith Ahmed doesn't even get in, and he's got a brilliant T20 record. How do you think they might balance the different options they have as spin bowlers?
Don't know. I have absolutely no idea. What do you think?
Yeah, it'll be a tough one. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think it'll be interesting to see how they do balance it, because being in the Caribbean and America, obviously America don't host that many T20 games, that many games generally. We don't really know what the pitches will do, but if they turn at all, this Afghan side are in prime position to really utilise that, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, Case Ahmed, yeah, is getting it going today. He'll be able to. He's coming as a concussion sub, we've been told.
Concussion sub for.
Oh, it would be for Furi Ahmed, maybe? Yeah, who went down and
Is that
injured.
when he caught Miss Anchor?
Got a sank, but hit his head. So Case
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Oh, Ashraf, sorry, Shahid Ashraf. Oh,
Sharafuddin Ashraf.
And his first ball will go for a couple. Not the cleanest shot from Kamindu Mendes there, but goes away for a couple. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this concussion sub does. Oh, it's a jammy shot. Man.
yeah, that's toe end of the bat, reverse sweeping. When the other side of the keeper than anyone was expecting, then he was trying to hit it, and yeah, gets away luckily there with a nice few runs, which I'm sure he'll be okay. He doesn't mind if they don't come from the shots he wants them to.
Yeah, Ahmed, the concussion sub with the second ball there, shoots the batsman, nicely bowled, coming in as a concussion sub, 23 years old. Not the most experienced player, but you know, it's good for him to get a go in this Afghanistan side as he bowls his third ball, and it's a single for Kamindu Mendes, unless he comes back for two, which they don't. Single to take them to 122 or 3, needing 88 or 45 runs. Got to get those boundaries flowing now, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they're going to have to start picking up now. They do have a few wickets in hand. I think over the next few overs, they'll start to try and be a bit more aggressive, try and take the attack going, attack back to the Afghan bowlers. I mean, Case Ahmed, it's almost a bit lucky in some ways having a concussion substitute. Obviously, you feel for Ashraf, but that's a nice boundary out there. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played, Samara Rama. Takes him to 15 off 6 balls. Good little innings so far from him. And Case Ahmed goes for the boundary. It's not a terrible ball, but it's nicely played on the offside there.
Yeah, just enough width really to free his hands through Sama Rama. And yeah, nice little 4 he's rewarded with. And yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see Case Ahmed. He's coming in, they have to try and almost get used to him again. The fact that he's a new bowler and he's different action, and he's got a lot of mystery about him as well. He can turn the ball both ways and can be quite deadly.
Yeah, goes for a single there for his 5th ball of the over. That takes him to 9 off this over, Case Ahmed's first over, which I think Sri Lanka will take. I think they're required about the upper 11 kind of run rate from each over. So yeah, they'll take this one with a new bowler coming in.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you can see that Ibrahim Zadran in the field is really trying to get his fielders on it.
Samara Grama goes big again, finds the boundary, goes for 4. 21 off 8 now for Samara Grama. Great innings. Case Ahmed, 13 off his first over. A little bit expensive from him. Could be crucial for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, this is the partnership that Sri Lanka really need. These two on about 40, 45 as a partnership now, and we'll be really looking to try and push on there, almost on exactly the same score that that Afghanistan run at the same point in time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, they've lost 1 more wicket, and obviously they've had Nissanka retired, injured. But if these two can keep going as they are, they could chase that 210, their highest ever chase.
Absolutely, 78 runs required off just 42 balls. It's going to get really exciting, going to be a great finish, I reckon. We'll have the coverage all throughout the rest of this game for you guys here on the Sports Gazette Live.
Absolutely, yeah. Be interested to see who comes into bowl. Who's still got overs?
I think most of them do, to be fair. I mean, I think, yeah, Omarji is taking the ball again, it looks like, taking the matter into his own hands. He had a pretty decent start, 14 runs from the first over. He's good at 7s, not bad with the new ball. Probably the most economical bowler so far.
Yeah, he bowled well. He's coming in here for his 3rd over. Kamindu Mendes facing. Kamindu Mendes opens up, goes down the ground, beats the fielder. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, it will. Oh, but Almost.
The Afghans are really throwing themselves around the field. It's great to see.
They're really going for this. Great effort.
That was a fantastic effort. Yeah, punched straight down the ground by Kamundu Mendes, and yeah, just a lovely 4 runs. But the Afghan fielders really, 2 of them throwing themselves at the ball, could have been stopped.
Yeah.
But that's a brilliant shot. Just sort of slightly too short there from Amazi.
I mean, it's great to see the effort being put in, considering the series is already done. But yeah, Sri Lanka on 17 fours and 3 sixes now as Amazi comes in for a second ball, and it's away on the leg side. It will be cut off by the fielder though. Nice piece of fielding. Single, and that takes Sri Lanka to 137 for 3, needing 73 of 40 balls. In for an exciting ending here, that's for sure.
Absolutely. These 2 are going to try and carry Sri Lanka through, you'd think. Wickets can be crucial here. Amazi's bowled really nicely so far, I thought. Slightly too short at times, which just allows the Sri Lankan batters to get their hands through it. But it's been pretty impressive, I thought.
Yeah, Samara Wickrama facing now against Amazi for his 3rd ball in the over. Goes at the stumps and he's just knocked it away for a single. He cut off quite comfortably by the fielder. Mohammed Nabi into the keeper there. Samara Wickrama, 22 off 9 balls. Amazing innings so far. He's found that boundary really well.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Considering his career strike rate is pretty low generally, he's not really known as an ultra-aggressive batter. I thought he's been really good so far. He's just manipulated the field really nicely, which has been key really. And yeah, just finding his way through and continuing to press on.
Yeah, I mean, they need this partnership. As Amazi comes in, and he goes straight through to the wicket keeper. Was that a wide?
Yeah, that will be down the leg side, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
That's not really what the Afghans wanted. Maybe it's not given as a wide though. The Sri Lankans are looking a little bit disappointed that that's not been given. There was a bit of movement at the crease from Mendes, I guess you could argue. There's maybe a reason why it's not been given.
Yeah, Amazi now, I mean, bowled pretty well so far. 21 off his 2.5 overs, coming in for his 4th ball here. Kamundu Mendes facing, moves away from the crease and just kind of scuffs it away onto the offside there.
Yeah, backing away to try and create a little bit of space if he can, but unfortunately doesn't really get anything on it and hits it straight to the man at cover after basically nailing it straight into the floor.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get the boundaries off Amazi, bowling really well here. Samara Wickrama facing now though, who has been slightly better at finding the boundary so far. 70 needed of 38, Samara Wickrama facing here, and it's just nicely bowled, I believe.
I think they could be giving that. That's possibly a no ball for height, or wide for height, sorry.
I think that's a bit harsh.
Well, no, 1 for the over, they're only giving 1 for the over, it's okay, I think. Because giving it as a wide even. We've got to make our minds up here, haven't we? That is too short. Good foot or 2 above the batter's head.
Yeah, on second thought, that is definitely a no ball. Well, wide.
Right, yeah, and Amazi's really struggling now. His over keeps getting longer and longer. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure Samara Wickrama will be looking to try and find a few boundaries. Attacks it this time.
Goes down the ground, it's in the air, drops just short of the fielder, and Samara Wickrama survives his 10th ball, taking 23 off 10, as Amazi has 1 more in the over to face.
Yeah, leading edge there, just falls short of the man at long off. Lucky escape there from Samara Wickrama. Partnership on 49 off 30 now. You can really see how they've been pushing on and trying to keep. They've done really well, I think, it's keeping the scoring going as well as not being too risky. Maybe had a couple of chances, but generally it's been fairly sensible cricket.
100%, yeah. Amazi in his final ball of his 3rd over here, coming into bowl, moves and it's away in the leg side. Could push for 2 here. Kamundu Mendes, no, they say no. And it's just a single to end the over. Good over from Amazi as Will is about to join me. And Toby is off. Hello, Will.
Yeah, Michael, I tell you what, Sri Lanka have really been moving on nicely here in the last 3 overs or so. 15, 13, 11 run overs, 39 coming from the last 18 deliveries, and that's largely down to the brilliance of Samara Wickrama, who's striking at over 200 here at the moment, and he's really pushed on the Sri Lankan effort, hasn't he?
Yeah, crucial runs in these middle overs. They really needed after losing those early wickets and obviously that retired injury from the Sanka, as Keith Ahmed again comes in for a second over here. The concussion style. He went for 13 of his first over. Was a little bit loose, but I'm not sure he expected to be playing this morning. But yeah, he needs to be a little bit more economical in his second over.
Yeah, it was. It was Sharafuddin Ashraf who had to go off for a concussion substitute as Kai Salmon comes in.
Yeah, comes in for his first ball, and Quindy Mendes, a bit of a wild shot there, way off the mark. That's Keith Ahmed with a dot on his first ball.
Yeah, what Samara Wikrama's really done well is he's pushed Sri Lanka forward during these middle overs. Between the 11th and 15th over, Afghanistan managed 36 runs, but Sri Lanka have already rocketed towards that total of 209 runs in the past 3 overs or so, where they've managed to add a solid 39 runs of their own.
Keith Ahmed's second ball, the over goes. Quindy Mendes cut off at the boundary there, and they come back for a quick 2 in Keith Ahmed's second ball of the over. Needing 67 or 35 now. It's doable, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, I mean, what they've really done well as well, these Sri Lankan batsmen during this partnership, is they've pushed the issue on the running. I mean, during the first innings, Afghanistan did that really well as well.
Quindy Mendes now taking the game to Keith Ahmed. Just can't quite find the boundary as it's cut off by Mohammed Nabi. Just a single there. I mean, they need to get the boundaries going. Good over so far from Keith Ahmed.
Yeah, as I said, what Sri Lanka, Sama Wikrama and Quindy Mendes have done, they've ran well, and that's really allowed them to keep the scoreboard ticking over as we approach the final 5 overs, where they will then hope to be able to go ballistic and to try and chase this score down.
We're back on strike now. The danger man, nothing off the first ball. Keith Ahmed, well bowled. Samara Wikrama, he's the more attacking of the two so far. They need him to keep pushing on. This has been a bad over for Sri Lanka. Really nicely bowled by Keith Ahmed. 4 balls in, 2 balls to go. Samara Wikrama facing, and he steps away and attacks it. They think he's edged it. He has. They've got the wicket. That's massive. Keith Ahmed has got the big wicket of Samara Wikrama. 23 off 11. Great innings, but it's cut short. And that could be crucial.
Oh, you could just feel the tension building, couldn't you? Only 3 runs off the over up until that point, and he's got his man as Keith Ahmed. It looks like it was a bottom edge from Samara Wikrama as he backed away, trying to cut the ball through the point region, but he was unable to get any connection on it whatsoever out of the middle, and it is Ishak who takes the ball quite easily behind the stumps.
That's a great piece of wicket keeping, I think. He's just edged that. No review there, so he's clearly confident that he's out. Great piece of wicket keeping there from Mohammed Ishak. Great reflexes.
Yeah,
Cuts Samara Wikrama's innings short.
It was just a feather of the bottom edge, wasn't it, Michael? It didn't look as if there was much contemplation there at all of a review, and he's walked off quite willingly without the umpire having given any decision of his own. And it leaves Sri Lanka now at a moment where they really need to push on if they are to chase this total down, and it does look as if the main man himself, Angelo Matthews, has walked out to the middle.
Yeah, he needs to deliver here. I mean, he had an amazing innings in the last T20, 42 off 22 balls. They need something similar here. 146 for 4, 14.5 overs in, 64 of 31 needed. Angelo Matthews faced his first ball, and it's away for a quick single there as Keith Ahmed. Big over from him, massive wicket of Samara Wikrama. And Sri Lanka now, 1 more wicket, and they're in trouble potentially. You know, they need something big from Angelo Matthews. They've got Shanaka to come, who is a big hitter, but after that, they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, that was such an important over there from Keith Ahmed, the concussion substitution. after really quite effective batting from Sri Lanka in the 3 overs before that, with 11 runs, 13 runs, 15 runs, that he was able there to restrict the Sri Lankan batsman to just 4 runs from that over, and that really is what brought the wicket. It was the build-up of pressure, only 4 runs coming from that over in the end, and of course the all-important wicket of Sidira Samarawickrama.
Yeah. Big hill to climb now for Sri Lanka. 63 of 30 runs. Balls needed. Tough. Going to be tough. Angelo Matthews though, he's experienced. You know, there's not many other players I think Sri Lanka would want at the crease in this situation. Kamindu Mendis has batted well as well. 28 of 22 as Mohamed Nabi comes in for his final over of the day. Bowled well so far, and they'll be pushing. They'll really want a wicket from this over because he's been dangerous so far, Mohamed Nabi. As Angelo Matthews faces his first ball, and he just goes away. Should come back for 2 here, and they do, comfortably come back for 2. As Angelo Matthews is on strike again for the second ball. 61 of 29 needed now after 15 overs and 1 ball.
Yeah, he just moved across his crease there, didn't need to provide the angle so he could flick that around his pads for a couple of runs.
Second ball. And Matthews, nicely fielded there from Nabi. Mendes almost got in his way, but he did well to nice shake of hands between the two there. Great show of sportsmanship.
Oh, well, that's always nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that we would have seen that if the series wasn't already over. But Matthews needs a boundary here, and he just goes away on the leg side. Will probably just be a single. Yeah, need to start getting the runs going here, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, one of the batsmen here needs to be the enforcer. 60 runs off 27 deliveries. They're not going to be able to do this in singles and twos. They're going to need to find the boundary here with some more consistency.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, seeing off Mohamed Nabi might be a good play because he's been dangerous, and if they can just get motoring after that 16th over, they might be in with a chance. But yeah, any runs will do at this point. 3 balls left of Mohamed Nabi's spell. He's gone 1 for 34, bowled really nicely. The veteran, making up for his relatively slow innings with the bat. As he comes in for his 4th ball, Kamindu Mendis facing, and he just clips it away there on the offside for a single. Again, then really need to get a move on here, Sri Lanka. Maybe they're just trying to steal from Mohamed Nabi, but they need those boundaries.
Absolutely, Michael. I mean, Angelo Matthews has come in here in quite tentative fashion. He's not looked to really go after Mohamed Nabi here. Perhaps, as you say, quite happy just to see the spinner off and wait to hold on. Maybe here we go. Here comes a change of bats. Perhaps he's looking at a long blade here to really force the issue, as we see images of a few Sri Lankan fans who, well, not just a few, it looks like there's a whole village of Sri Lankan fans that have found themselves on top of the tree there.
Yeah, Angelo Matthews here needs a boundary off the 5th ball, goes for it on the leg side. Is he going to be taken? He is. He's out. Angelo Matthews, massive wicket. Mohamed Nabi with the breakthrough. They should have just seen him out. Angelo Matthews just tried to force the issue there, and that should be the game for Afghanistan.
Well, he just felt like something was going to happen there, didn't you, in the last 2 deliveries? It had been a quiet over up until that point. With a change of bat, Angelo Matthews has tried to go big over cow corner, but he never really connected with it, and he can only find the deep mid-wicket fielder, and he's going to have to go. Only 4 runs off 5 deliveries there. He would have been hoping to really have scored heavier than that at this point of the innings.
Keith Sarman with the catch there. What an impact he's had as a concussion sub. Crucial wickets, bowled well, and obviously the catch to get the danger man Angelo Matthews out, and can't see Sri Lanka getting the win from here. It was a big target to chase with 210. Would have been their biggest ever, but it looks like they're just going to fall short here.
Yeah, but I think what the Afghanistani bowlers have really done well then in the last couple of overs specifically is they have managed just to halt that Sri Lanka attack, which seemed to really be building up to something quite effective. But Nabi, along with the spinner from the other end, the name just escapes me there for a moment, but what they've managed to do is they've just managed to halt the run rate. And
Here comes Nabi for his last ball, and it's defended by Shanaka. Good spell from Mohamed Nabi, potentially match-winning spell, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Aayush to take you to the end of the match.
Yeah, Dasun Shanaka, the new batsman in, and he's a batsman as well that's really been quite prolific for Sri Lanka over the years in T20s. Really, he will be looking at adding there today to his already substantial amount of T20 runs, just over, as he approaches 1400 T20 international runs. But perhaps these next 4 overs that are coming up will be absolutely vital as Sri Lanka look to chase down 210. 59 required of 24 as Aayush joins me here. Aayush, do you think they're going to make it?
It looks so difficult, isn't it? I think Angelo Matthews was the big wicket, the defining wicket there. They can still do it. Let's see. Oh, Noor Ahmed, lovely delivery there, outside off stump, a bit of turn on that occasion. Kamindu Mendes trying to heave him away on the offside, not able to get him away. He's been impressive today, Noor. 3 overs, 24 and big wicket.
Yeah, he's really troubled the Sri Lankan batsmen, I've got to say, as the required run rate now hikes towards 16 runs and over. They're going to have to do it in boundaries now as Sri Lankan.
As Noor comes in, and that one's big. That one's big. They needed exactly that. I mean, they needed more than that, because that's been a couple of bounces into the boundary. They would have loved if that had gone over the ropes for 6 runs. But coming to Mendes, Sri Lanka need a big move right now, with them needing 55 of 22 deliveries, and that's a welcome boundary of Noor Ahmed.
Yeah, it was the right shot to take on with the spin coming into the left-hand batsman. He's tried to help it along the way there, just landing short of the boundary, but it will take the 4 runs.
Another big strike from Kamindu Mendes, and yes, that's gone all the way for 6 runs. What a shot! And he's pumped up, and rightly so. They needed runs, and he's now scored 2 of 10 deliveries of the impressive Noor Ahmed. I mean, even if it's Noor, they had no option but to go after him right now.
Well, if the last ball was just helped along its way, this one's been absolutely crunched over the deep mid-wicket boundary for an 80-metre 6. Bye-bye ball. That was an absolutely definitive shot from Kamindu Mendes, and he's going to need to carry on along the same way if Sri Lanka are going to make it.
Now Noor comes in again. Good delivery there. Just following the batter who's trying to make room for himself, and Kamindu Mendes just hits it to sweep a cover. Only a single on this occasion. Not happy with himself there, and rightly so, because they need to get going every delivery now, it seems like. And Dasun Shanaka, the Sri Lankan star, the former captain, who's now just handed over. He's not in charge of captaincy, I should say, right now, but he's still such an important batter, especially at this phase of the innings. Let's see what he brings to the table. Again, now Noor Ahmed, after that 6 and boundary, has just bowled a couple of really crucial deliveries, just a couple of singles now of the last 2, with only 1 more delivery to go off the 17th over, and Sri Lanka needing 47. I mean, they scored a few runs this over, but impressive from Noor Ahmed.
Yeah, it's watchful there from Shanaka, who quite rightfully brings Kamindu back on strike.
Top edge, Kamindu Mendes not getting the impact that he wanted on that. That is an absolute regulation catch, dropped from the fielder at fine leg, and the crowd rejoices.
Oh, it's an absolute howler. I don't know who's down there at fine leg, but he's just got to take it. Regulation catch, yes, it's gone high, but you see those gobbled up every day of the week normally by professional cricket players. That is an absolute howler.
Pressure there everywhere, not just on the Sri Lankans, but on the Afghanistan fielders as well. Noor Ahmed should have had his 2nd wicket on the final delivery of his spell. But an easy catch, fluffed. Kamindu Mendes stays on the crease, and with that Sri Lanka's hope stays as well. But a good spell from Noor Ahmed there. 4 overs, 1 for 37, a little bit on the expensive side, but in a game that's gone for almost 11 and over, that's a handy spell.
Good spell, yes, but the last over perhaps a little more expensive than he would have wished for. That last one, yeah, Kamindu really trying to get underneath that one, but oh god, I'm just seeing it again. He's just got to take it. He's taking his eye off the ball there, but you've just got to be taking those. And that brings on Karim Janat for his very first over of the match, and it comes in the pivotal 18th over, and in he comes Kamindu Mendes.
Good shot there. Kamindu Mendes was given a life on the final delivery of the last over. Has now just added a little bit of, he's rubbing salt onto the wounds now for Afghanistan after that drop catch. First ball from Jannat, and yeah, he kind of confuses him by making room, and then the bowler just bowling a little bit outside the off stump. Kind of a slower delivery or a cutter is what Jannat was trying over there, but yeah, brilliant shot, good awareness from Kamindu Mendes to just lap it behind, find that for 4 runs.
Oh, I've seen that shot before. He's taken inspiration there from the great Still scoop. As Janat again comes in for his second ball of the over.
Good delivery there, much better from Karim Janat. Tried to charge Kamindu Mendes there, but yeah, just Janat's delivery right under the bat, and not much Kamindu Mendes could do. Just helps it on to long on for a single there, bringing Shanaka back on strike.
And Shanaka really needs to go big here. 41 off 16 deliveries. They're going to need to get that total down to around under 30 if they've even got half a chance of completing this run chase.
Karim Janat comes in. 5 of the first 2 deliveries of this over. Oh, he's missed out. Full toss for Dasan Shanaka. Good delivery, I would say, with the change of pace, but again, a full toss has to be smacked out of the park, especially with the asking rate what it is right now.
Oh, you'll be disappointed with himself there. He's really got to get a solid connection onto that one. Full toss outside the off stump, and he's not even laid a bat on it. Just not acceptable at this point of the innings, and it just heaps the pressure again onto the former Sri Lankan captain.
Again a bit slower, not giving the batter any room on this occasion. And Dasan Shanaka's, leg by 1 run, tried to heave it again on the leg side, not able to get any timing, any connection whatsoever. And I think it's been an impressive over from Karim Jannat, especially given the fact that he was called on to bowl his very first over of the innings in a very crucial 18th over. It's impressive so far from him.
Yeah, first over of the match for Karim Janat, and he's bowled very nicely, to be fair. Shanaka, though, has just not looked himself out there so far. I was expecting some explosive stuff from him here.
Yes. Importantly for Sri Lanka, he's got Kamindu Mendes back on strike, who's on 46 of 30 deliveries, and it just looks like if Sri Lanka have any hope from here, if they're going to get the job done from here, it's going to be Kamindu Mendes, the man who will probably take them over the line. Let's see what he's got in store, and let's see what Karim Jannat has up his sleeve as he comes in for the 5th delivery of his over. Again, a brilliant delivery. There's pinpoint Yorker, looks very much within the wide crease, and rightly so. A dot ball, not given as a wide by the umpire. Brilliant bowling from Jannat again. Nails that Yorker outside of stump.
Where's he been? Where have they been hiding him? God, why has he only come out in the 18th over of the match?
Yeah, brilliant from him. Just 5 runs. 6 of the overs, just 5 to Jannat's name because of the 1 leg by. But with every passing ball, with every dot ball or single, the task just keeps looking more and more difficult and seemingly impossible for Sri Lanka. Final ball of the over.
Oh.
Another lap shot. They just got maybe slightly predictable there with where he was trying to bowl. And Kamindu Mendes brings up a very well-made half century with 4 runs of the final delivery of that over. Not bad from Karim Jannat at all. Should take some heart from that over, even though the last ball was hit for 4. But Kamindu Mendes with that boundary, just keeping Sri Lanka close in this game. 36 needed of 2. It's still in Afghanistan's control, but this has been a good innings, 50 for Mendes.
Yeah, 50 up for Mendes, and he's really accelerated on from 28 off 22 deliveries he was, and from there on in he's hit 22 off the next 10 deliveries. So yeah, he's accelerated nicely there, but it might just be too little, too late, to be honest with you, as Sri Lanka now require a massive 36 runs off the last 2 overs. Scar. I'd rather be Afghanistan in this position, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's looking good for them right now. There is the subdued celebrations from Commando Mendes because he knows the bigger job at hand is still pending. He's still got to get the team over the line. And yeah, not too excited about his 50 right now. But if he can pull off this incredible chase, he'll be over the moon. As Azatullah Omarzai comes into the attack for the second last over of the innings, bowling to Dasun Shanaka. 3 overs 25 for Omarzai. Let's see what he's got here. The first ball again, brilliant. Very good Yorker from Omarzai, as Dasun Shanaka again not able to get anything off it and just gets some bat on it, and they scamper through for a quick single.
Yeah, what the Afghanistani bowlers have done well is that they've bowled to a plan and they've executed that plan very well. Yeah, of course you're going to concede some boundaries at this point of the innings, but to be honest with you, about 5 overs ago, Sri Lanka were very much still in the race here, but the Afghanistani bowlers have just taken the game away from Sri Lanka, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. That partnership, it was a very good partnership from Sadira Samaravikrama and Mendes after a bit of a wobble in the middle phases that got Sri Lanka back on track, and just looked like they would take the game off, especially, in the modern day T20 game, 11s and 12s are not out of anyone's reach. So it just looked like they would take it away. But again, Afghanistan, led by the spinners, and a couple of good overs from the pacers as well, brought things back in control and now look completely in the driver's seat as Omarzai comes in, and again nothing. Commando Mendes this time just able to get a single to mid-off, not able to time that ball, and Will, as you suggested just a few seconds ago, this bowling at the death has been really impressive.
Absolutely, Omarzai coming back on here for his last over, and yeah, as you already said, he's really bowling quite nicely here into the buckle, not allowing Commando to release himself as he comes in again for the third delivery.
Oh, what a shot! There, Dasun Shanaka finally comes into the game for Sri Lanka, and it looks like that is gone over the ropes for a 6 over the third man boundary. Omarzai just missing his length on this occasion, bowling a very inviting full toss outside off stump, and all Dasun Shanaka had to do was just swing as hard as he could, and he's a powerful man, smacks it over for 6 runs. Very important 6 here. And again, Sri Lanka, just when it looked like the match was completely out of their hands, coming back into the contest.
Yeah, look, he has struggled out there so far, I've got to say. He missed the first full toss, but he wasn't missing out on this one, and he's absolutely carved it over backward point for a very important 6 runs, leaving Sri Lanka with 28 needed off 9 deliveries. Could they still do it?
Now suddenly Omarzai is the man under pressure, and oh, what a shot! Another brilliant shot from Dasun Shanaka, again in the slot, outside off stump from Omarzai, and you can clearly see the pressure now telling on the bowler in a matter of just a couple of deliveries. What a shot that is from Shanaka, Will.
Oh, Dasun Shanaka has finally arrived at the party here in Dambulla. What a beautiful shot that is, over extra cover. Oh, wow. Shot of the day for me, and it's come in the 19th over, just when Sri Lanka needed it.
Now 24 needed of 8. Suddenly, a couple of more big hits in this over, and Karim Jannat, who I'm expecting could bowl that last over. We'll see who bowls it, but the bowler will certainly be under pressure in that final over, as the captain and the bowler just trying to change the field around, find like going back on the boundary as we see it. They just suddenly they're confused. Let's see how they do. And Omarzai comes in. Shanaka, doesn't get the timing on this one. It was a shot that, There's so much happening here, Will. I mean, as Dasun Shanaka hits that ball, scampers through for 2 runs because he couldn't get a lot of timing on it, and now will the umpire, the on-field umpire, send it upstairs for a possible run out.
Yeah, he's had to push there for 2 this late on in the innings, and let's see, is he out? Is he out?
And he's gone.
It's absolutely brilliant there from Ishak there behind the stumps. He's collected the ball, which was initially pushed out there to the offside by Kamindu, but it was Shanaka, my apologies. And yeah, he's gone on my side there, another good delivery from him, and it was Mohamed Nabi who got the ball in and didn't allow Shanaka to come back for the 2, and you've got to say, with that, I feel like Sri Lanka's hopes are over.
Yes, Kamindu Mendes still in there, but as the wickets keep falling, it's just going to be less support for him on the other end. With approaching the tail end of the Sri Lankan batting order, and brilliant fielding again from Mohammad Nami. He must be one of the oldest statesmen in this team, but what a throw that was, straight into the hands of the keeper, who did not have to do a lot, but a good collection from him to break the stumps just before a diving Dasun Shanaka could get to the crease. So as it stands, Sri Lanka need 23 runs of 7 deliveries, and Akila Dhananjay, one of their bowlers, is now into bat. Less and less support for Kusal Mendes. Well, do you think he can still pull it off?
Oh, it's looking more unlikely by the ball, doesn't it? 23 needed off 7 now after that run out, but with the bowlers coming in, well, who knows? That was such an important wicket there. Oh, we see Mohamed Nabi just picks the ball up there, releases it in absolutely no time, and there was absolutely no chance of Shanaka making it back in time.
Oh, Akila Dhananjay, yeah, there's an unlikely boundary hitter there, I should say. Akila Dhananjay coming in, and the first ball that he faces from Umarzai hits it through that gap on the offside between mid-off and extra cover, I should say, and the ball trickles away for 4 runs. And I don't think Afghanistan are going to be happy with that. The one thing they would have wanted in this situation was to keep the new batter controlled, to not give him a boundary, and that's exactly what has happened.
Look, it was essentially a free hit there for Dhananjaya, but Omarzai's bowled an absolute honker of a delivery, to be honest with you, and quite rightly deserved to be slapped away. Tense like forehand shot for 4 runs from Dhananjaya, which just about keeps the Sri Lankan flame alive.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all there from Umarzai. It was in Akila Dhananjay's range, and just kind of straying away from the good plan that they were following until then.
I know, yeah, as just to interrupt you there, we've got Wafdar back on. We've not seen him since the 3rd over.
Yeah, it's a very interesting call. Jannat bowled decently in that previous over that he bowled, and Wafadar, the inexperienced guy, well, only 4 T20 internationals old, and here he is in the pressure situation, given the ball to bowl the final over. 19 runs needed. Gets 4 fielders outside the ring right now because Afghanistan have gone over the time limit that's allowed. And yeah, that's a big punishment. Will, could that be the deciding factor? They're not allowed 5 fielders because they've gone, they've not followed the over rate that they should have, and now 1 fielder is inside the ring.
So important, especially with Kamindu back on strike. Can he make anything out of this first delivery of the final over?
Wafadar comes in, oh yeah, inside edge, another misfield. Wow, that's not what Afghanistan need at this stage. Wafadar with his hands on his head there. Yeah, he must have thought that he bowled well there with an inside edge from Kamindu Mendes, and what should have been probably only a run, that should have been stopped. The fielder there at fine leg, not helping his bowler and his captain and his team at all with that. And the youngster Wafadar now under pressure after 4 runs of the first ball to a well set Kamindu Mendes.
Again, we've seen it so many times today, just poor fielding letting the bowler down again and again, and this has come at a moment where Wafdar could really do with his fielders helping him out. 15 off 5 balls.
As Wafadar comes in again. Oh, lovely delivery. Lovely ball. They're going for the appeal for an NPW. It didn't look like, the first look, well, it didn't look like that was out. But understandably, the captain, as you know, Afghanistan have both reviews intact, going for a review.
But he's got to hit that out of the park, hasn't he? It's a full toss again on his leg stump. I feel like he just has to hit this to the boundary. Oh, maybe I'm doing a disservice. It is a nice slower ball. He's just rolled his fingers over it there, and it's dipped violently at the last minute, causing Kamindu to miss the ball. And well, they have sent it upstairs. We'll see. Is the impact?
Yeah, that's just the impact outside leg stump. The full toss over there. Yeah, that's not going to be. Yeah, impact outside, and they've lost the review. But I think they kind of knew that, just trying their luck, because it did seem closer than it did the first time we saw it there, Will. But more importantly, for Afghanistan at this stage, the dot ball.
Yeah, and they had 2 reviews left to play with there, so why not just take some more time out of the game? But as you say, Aayush, most importantly, that is another dot ball, leaving Sri Lanka with 15 runs to get off the final 4 deliveries, and it goes without a shadow of a doubt they're just going to have to hit a couple of sixes here.
Yeah, the captain there, we can see he's just trying to calm his bowler down. We said he's an inexperienced guy who's been given the responsibility in a big call to go and defend 19 runs at the final over. He won't be too unhappy with 4 runs of the first 2 deliveries, as after some talk with his captain, Wafadar comes in for the 3rd delivery, 15 off 4. Again, Kamindu Mendes playing that shot so many times today, once again pulls it out, that paddle sweep behind fine leg, beats the fielder who was inside the ring, 4 more runs, and now suddenly it looks like this could be Sri Lanka's game.
Wow, it's an absolutely fantastic shot from Kamindu. Again, just showing the innovation there as he gets down on one knee and just flicks this one past fine leg who was in the circle for another boundary. Just again, at the one moment where you think the Sri Lankan flame is about to be extinguished, they stay in the game. And Wafdar again is going to have to go back to the drawing board here, and wow, 11 runs off 3 balls. Can they do it?
Yeah, pressure on the youngster, understandably so. 11 of 3, and Wafadar comes in for the next delivery. Oh, that is a wild delivery. Oof. Could that be a no ball? It looks, no, the Sri Lankan batter there, Kamindu Mendes, is absolutely livid with the umpire. He wanted a no ball there. The umpires.
Review it.
Yeah.
He's gone for a review here. I mean, it looked very high, but he can't review it. He cannot review it, so that you can't review a no ball. But no, Kamindu looks absolutely livid with the square leg umpire there that he hasn't given it. He's saying that he was up in his shoulder height.
Yeah, he's not happy at all, because the equation now is 11 runs from 2 deliveries, and if Sri Lanka are to win this, it's going to need 2 sixes. Will, I think it's harsh on the batter there. He did come out of his crease, but you could see the ball was still high, just going almost past his shoulder.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Well, here we go. Oh, again, that's going to have to be a wide.
That's
and it
always
is
a wide.
giving a
This time he does get it right. Wafadar wasting no time after that previous delivery, and just coming in, bowling and trying to loopy bouncer over there. But yeah, this time it was way too over Kamindu Mendes' head.
Oh, it's so short.
Yeah, and if the umpire wouldn't give it this time, then yeah, we would have had no excuse for this one, unlike the previous one, where the batter did kind of drag himself outside the crease. Well, Kamindu Mendes can be livid about that, but umpire's call is is what counts at the end of the day. And now Sri Lanka need 10 runs off the final 2 balls of the innings.
Absolutely, here we go. Such an important 2 deliveries here, but none more important than the next, as Kamindu Mendes lines up to try and whack Wafdar for a boundary.
Can he do it? Wafadar comes in, and he heaves it on the leg side, but again just a single, and that's the game. That is that for Afghanistan, unless we see something absolutely ridiculous or a couple of no balls or extras on their final delivery. But yeah, coming to Mendes there, absolutely dejected, and rightly so, because he tried so hard, needed a boundary, absolutely desperately needed a boundary of that delivery, and they couldn't get anything. And they don't even get the single. It's 10 runs of the final delivery.
Yeah, well, that is the game more than likely, as long as the next delivery is a legal one. And I've got to say, it was a good ball by Wafdar under the highest of pressure.
Comes in for the final delivery, and importantly for Afghanistan, this bowls a legal delivery. Kaminu Mendes had smacked it on the leg side for 6 runs, but it will not count, as Afghanistan have taken this contest by 3 runs. Brilliant game, Will, really thrilling at the end there. As we have touched upon quite a bit, that Sri Lanka always looked like they were coming back into the contest, but Afghanistan can go home with a consolation win.
Yeah, an absolute blockbuster of a match there. Sri Lanka take this T20 series by 2-1, but wow, over 400 runs scored there in the final T20 of the series. God, Afghanistan, they look absolutely thrilled with that victory, but Sri Lanka will feel a little dejected there, and especially they'll be thinking back to the 117th, 118th delivery of the innings, which was potentially a no ball but was not given as one by the umpire. But wow, what a game, great effort as well. We've got to give Kamindu Mendes plaudits there for almost getting Sri Lanka home when it looked very unlikely at one point, but fair play to Afghanistan, who just about held up there at the end.
Yeah, excellent effort from Kamindu Mendes, ending on 65 of 39 deliveries, but with lack of consistent support for him at the other end, couldn't really see his team over the line. I mean, we've had, Will, despite what's happened today for Sri Lanka, unfortunately for them, we've had the best game of this series, arguably of this entire tour, here on the last day of the tour.
Yeah, they made us wait for it, didn't they? But just running through the scorecard there, Nissanka he was so unfortunate to have to go off as retired to 60 or 30 deliveries. If only he would have stayed in, potentially things would have turned out differently. But in the end, it was Mohammad Nabi who had such an influential part to play during the middle overs of the innings there, only going for 8.75 runs per over. He went for 2 for 35, but that economy rate turned out to be quite good, especially during the circumstances.
Yeah, especially in a game where the team's striking almost 11 runs at over. Yeah, a team is going to take that, and especially if the spinners are getting you wickets in these games, in these conditions here in Sri Lanka, you're always going to be in the game. As we're seeing a few highlights here, we really hope that Ashraf, who had to be subbed off after a concussion problem for him, hitting his head on the field while taking a catch, we really hope he's okay. But big day for Afghanistan. Just get this. I mean, it could have been really, demoralizing for them, Will, if they would have gone back without a single win in 7 international matches on this tour. But they just get something out of this.
No, absolutely. It's a massive victory for Afghanistan, especially with the World Cup in the summer coming up. I mean, you look at Sri Lanka, they only have 3 matches left to go with the series out in Bangladesh, while Afghanistan also have 3 matches against Ireland before their first World Cup game against Uganda out in the Windies.
Yeah, and as we're seeing a bit of the highlights there, Mohammad Nabi again coming good for Afghanistan, as he always does. Kamindu Mendes, really valiant effort from him at the end, and despite being dropped before getting to his 50, an absolute shocker there from the fielder, very easy catch dropped. Afghanistan will be really relieved that that drop catch of Kamindu Mendes did not turn out to be really expensive.
No, absolutely, but I feel like we have to go back as well to the first 6 overs of that Afghanistan innings. 72 runs in the power play. Zazai and Gurbaz at their very best, and that's really what took the game away from Sri Lanka so early on in the contest. Gurbaz in the end, he ended on 70 of 43 deliveries. Zazai was earlier dismissed for 45 of 22. Akila Dhananjaya was the pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka, taking 2 for 37 of his 4 overs, helped along by Patirana, who sometimes was a bit off the mark but showed his raw talent there with 2 for 42. Sri Lanka, however, they tried their best, but it was too little too late for them, as Mohammad Nabi took 2 for 35 despite valiant efforts by Nissanka and Kamindu Mendes, who scored 60 each. I think as far as player of the match has to go, Aayush, who would you be ready to pin that on?
Yeah, some really important contributions throughout the match, both sides. But yeah, I just think at the end that innings from Ramanullah Gurbaz might probably give him the man of the match there. 70 of 43, striking at almost 163, top scorer of the match with 70, and in a big on a day when so many runs have been scored, I think he deserves the player of the match. What do you reckon, Will?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those. If Sri Lanka would have got over the line, the player of the match goes to Kamindu Mendes, who struck it over 200 in the end. It was really an absolutely fantastic innings from 28 of 22 deliveries. He's got absolutely ballistic off the next 10 deliveries. And 37 runs then off the next 10 deliveries. Absolutely scintillating striking from the middle order batsman. But now props to Gurbaz, the top of the Afghanistan innings. Also, I've got to say, Kais Ahmed, who came on as a concussion substitute, I thought he bowled very well there for the 2 overs that he came on for, and he got that vital wicket too in the 15th over, which halted Sri Lanka's progress as he got rid of Sudhir Samarakrama, who looked to be in some form. So really fantastic contest to finish this series, and Afghanistan will be hoping to take that form into their 3-match T20 series against Ireland next month.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be crucial. Every game from now on is about the T20 World Cup. It's like a dress rehearsal for the T20 World Cup for every team that plays, not just these two. And this year's T20 World Cup is going to be a big one. Well, 20 teams. Both these teams are, it's going to be interesting. They've not got easy groups at all to get out of, especially Sri Lanka. And 20-team World Cup. Are we going to see a lot of upsets? Can Afghanistan spring a few upsets and challenge for challenge for the latter stages of the tournament?
Yeah, well, they were missing 2 of their marquee players today, weren't they, in Rashid Khan and Mujibur Rahman, who most certainly will slide straight into the starting lineups if fit. Hopefully they will be fit for the World Cup. But we saw today that there's a plethora of options that Afghanistan have in the bowling and batting department, and we know if Afghanistan can string together a few performances, just like we saw in the ODI World Cup, that they really are a force to be reckoned with, even against the big boys, your England, India's, Australia's, New Zealand's, they can mix it with the best. So let's just hope that both Afghanistan and Sri Lanka can put on a show out in the Windies and America.
I think it will be really important to also note and kind of be reminded by that the T20 World Cup will take place on wickets in the Caribbean and the United States. Of course, T20 cricket will expect some of those drop-in pitches in the USA to be absolute run feasts, but when it comes to the Caribbean, we could see Afghanistan spinners, like you said, really coming into play with Rashid and Mujib back very soon as well for them.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's all from us today, Aayush, isn't it? Thank you to everyone that listened this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. So from myself, Aayush, Michael and Toby behind the camera too, we hope you had a fantastic afternoon, and We hope to see you soon.
Thank you for joining.